or screen because it pops over right as that ends. That works well too. Good night, as in it is a good night, or you're going to bed and saying good night. I don't know. And good morning? Well, good morning, Project. How are you doing today? Good to see you. Oh my goodness. There's the Mass Effect relay. There it is. We found it. It's right there. Alright, so we were doing more side questing.
Transmission coming in, Commander. I think you're going to want to hear this one.
Greetings, Commander Shepard. I represent a party interested in obtaining information on Cerberus activities.
Oh? You don't say. I was gonna say, we were doing a bunch of side quest stuff, and I think we were near the end of it, but never mind. Never mind.
Who are you, and who do you represent?
Who I am is inconsequential. Suffice to say, I am an agent for the Shadow Broker. You see, Admiral Kahoku contacted my employer looking for information on the location of any Cerberus facilities. We provided that information on the promise that he would turn over copies of all files gathered from the Cerberus systems to us.
I see. You're going to bed? Alright, sleep well, Robocon. Chat with you again soon. See you around. Get into a meh day? You know what? That's not bad. That's treason. If a relatively, uneventful day ends good, it's great. Alright, how do you know about his death?
Did you have anything to do with Admiral Kahoku ending up dead?
Oh.
We had no reason to harm him. He was going to provide us with information about Cerberus. Information that is now in your possession.
So you say. How's it going, Chilling? How are you doing today? Good to see you again.
You must have some connection to Cerberus. How else could you tell Kahoku where to find them?
Information is our business, Commander. Through our contacts, we were able to determine that the Cerberus group was active in the Voyager cluster. Unfortunately, that was all we were able to find out. That is why we are so interested in acquiring copies of the files from you.
Sounds treasonous to me. Right? It's treason then? I think it's treason then. You're surviving? Keep at it, Chilling. I know you can do it. Chilling, I haven't seen you playing many other games other than your Pathfinder stuff. You still streaming other stuff? And I'm just missing it, or are you just mostly doing playing Pathfinder? And I'm pretty you're playing Pathfinder 2nd edition, right? I think you're doing 2nd edition. I want to say you mentioned that. You do? Oh, that's right. Daytime streaming. That's why I don't notice. I get the notification and immediately ignore it because I'm working. That explains it.
These are classified Alliance files. I'm not handing them over to you.
Be reasonable, Commander. Cerberus was operating outside Alliance jurisdiction. You don't owe them any loyalty. The Alliance is just going to file this information away in some archive. No secret stays hidden forever. Eventually, someone somewhere will deliver it into our hands. Might as well be you. Transmit the files to us and you will be well compensated.
It is a tempting A offer, and B is pretty convincing argument there. Yeah, you are playing Pathfinder 2nd edition. Last few streams were literally 12 hours of EU4. How do you do it, man? 12 hours is so long. Oh man, I can't do 12-hour streams. At least not on work days, at the very least. I'm just too tired. What's your opinion of Pathfinder 2nd edition? Because you've been doing that for at least 4 months now, yeah? Tomorrow you'll probably be doing it in 8 hours? Oh wow, okay. Or so depending on whether you grab ribs on Thursday and how quickly you can do your research. Ooh. Nice.
What are you going to do with this information?
Information is a commodity.
True.
It can be bought, sold, or traded. Why my employer desires this information is not my concern. I am only the buyer.
I don't really trust you.
My loyalty is to the Alliance, not the Shadow Broker.
That is unfortunate, Commander. My employer will remember this the next time you need something from us.
It's okay. If we end up having that, we'll use our high-quality charm to just charm his pants off. and then take his notepad out of his pants once we have them in our own hands. There we go. So we need to start checking all the asteroid belts, apparently. Because science fiction and real life doesn't work the same when it comes to asteroid belts. So let's go check these. Every time we go to a system, let's just go and recheck all of these, since we've gone to a couple of systems before. There's no asteroid belt here, but that makes this one easy. Alright, let's get out of Amazon. Let's jump over to Yangtze. Or Yangtze. I'm assuming it's a silent T. This one also does not have an asteroid belt. Okay, well, I made this simple. Nice. I think that still just means we need to go to the Kepler Verge, which we've already gone to, so let's go back in here again. Let's go check these. Do you have to be good at games to stream them? Oh, absolutely not. Definitely not. Does that factor into if you play a game on stream? No, not at all. No. I don't know if you saw the first Scholarly, I think you were there when I was playing the first Bioshock 1. Did you see how, like, my accuracy with shooting things is about at 50%. I had about a 50% accuracy there. So no, you do not. I don't need to be good at games to be willing to play them. And I'm not the only streamer that feels that way. Some people feel really competitive about it and like and feel the need to, but no. Alright, we already checked Newton. Right? I can't remember. I've been looking at chat. We'll look at Newton again. It's fine. You looked okay by your standards? Perfect. I mean, I played some shooting games before, but the last time I played a shooting game on stream was Fallout New Vegas 3 years ago. So it was about 2.5 to 3 years. Wow, look at that. Pew, 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 pew. All the way around. Good gracious. Let's jump over here. Let's just check these for the... Let's just check these asteroid belts super quick while we're chatting. But yes, I don't play enough, so I'm a little slow on that. Not really the best first-person shooters. We'll get... Oh! Nice. See? We're gonna have to check all these. But yeah, so I haven't done a lot of first-person shooters, and why it's one of the things on the back burner generally. But if the story is strong, I'm interested. And that's the big thing for me. When you were playing Mass Effect 1 for the first time, you always imagined the Shadow Broker as 3 Volus standing on each other's shoulders wearing a trench coat? Yeah. Yeah, I agree. That's not a fair example. Bioshock straight up has bullets phase through the enemies and do nothing. Wait, what? Wait, Alcers, hold on. Really? As most of Twitch shows, you don't even have to be good at looking at the screen to stream games. Very true. Very true. Honestly, the thing is, streaming matters more, in my opinion. It matters more about what you offer to the viewer, right? There are those that are really, really good at games, and it's just strictly their gameplay that makes them compelling to watch. Like, you know, competitive players, people that do speed runs. Those guys are awesome to watch. To watch them stream. It's so cool. They don't have to say much. You just watch and see what they're doing, and then they just kind of explain every now and then. So there's 10 minutes of silence sometimes. Other times there's literally the whole just chatting section where people they don't even play games. They just talk the whole time. So really, it just kind of depends. It's up in the air. Kind of depends. Pathfinder 2nd Edition is quite good. They changed action economy. Oh, that's right. They did change action economy in combat and streamlined a lot of other things. The 3 action combat/turn economy is really good in your opinion? Okay. That is quite bad at games. At least you can attest. I mean, maybe. I mean, Shilling, you've played games with me. You played games with me. I think I'm okay. I think I'm okay. You don't have to be good. You just have to be entertaining. That's exactly right. Yeah, as long as you're entertaining, you're fine. But yeah, the action economy is one of the things that's always interested me in Pathfinder 2nd Edition, in which you have 3 actions. Most spells cost 2 actions. But this means you can like triple run, which gives you more than a double move action you'd have in Pathfinder or any D&D game, any like Dungeons and Dragons, in which you could use a standard and a move action to move. In Pathfinder 2nd Edition, you can use 3 actions of moving, which is very interesting. It's a very interesting concept. Hasn't beaten Dark Souls? Eventually, we'll get there. We'll get there. Dark Souls will be on the vote list. So don't worry. Just make sure to vote for it. Make sure to vote for it. You've played a game with Zaldor. We caused chaos. It's true. Mission was accomplished. Oh my goodness. Oh, jeez. Oh, a metal-rich asteroid. It's just 83-kilometer radius. We can just scan the thing. We get palladium. Okay. I don't know if that's really all that helpful to us, but, you know, because I think we already had that, right? I can't open up my journal. That's okay. So that's this one. Let's go here. Go check the rest of them. See if we just need 3 more light metals and we complete that quest line. So I might actually finish this quest line just by checking these. Do you have the books / looked at the books for Pathfinder 2nd Edition? I have not, and I do not. I play Pathfinder 1st Edition just because all of the information is free online, which makes it really easy for my players, because then they can just go online and look it up. They're like on a website. They don't have to own any of the books. They can go and do everything. We don't have to like sit down and share one book to try and sort out anything. Okay, there's nothing here. It's the main reason why I'm still playing Pathfinder. It's just the accessibility is the reason for it. Let's go back to the Armstrong Nebula. So I didn't check these. If it wasn't for that, then I'd be more interested in other systems. I'd probably honestly, if it wasn't for the accessibility of Pathfinder 1st Edition content, all being online, I probably would only be playing Dungeons & Dragons 3.5. But that stuff is definitely not easy access to find online. Nope. Oh, where was that? There it is. A carbonaceous asteroid. Oh, it's got a medallion on it. Oh my goodness, I'm so glad we went and checked this. Alright, let's go check this real quick. We still have the other 2, but I want to look at our journal. So we managed to find... We got Paragon. Oh, we got Paragon from our conversation. Yeah, from saying no. Nice. We don't really need the Paragon points anymore since we maxed that out. Get locations... writings, medallions. We need 2 more medallions. And palladium is a light metal, so we just need 2 more. We can get 2 more palladium. We got it. So we've almost got those 2 done. Nice. Check DMs after stream. Yeah, I always jump back on that when I can. I don't really get a lot of opportunities to chat on Discord during the week just because I keep myself so ridiculously busy. It's all my fault, and I know it. It's all my fault, and I know it. But yeah, I like being busy. It's fun. There's a really good deal on the Pathfinder 2nd Edition books. Nice. I mean, the fact is that since all of the, I guess that's it in this area. Since all of the, we already checked the Voyager cluster. We'll check again here. We'll check all these again. No, we already did that. I definitely don't need to be checking these. This is the first ones we checked. Let's go keep going further back on the galaxy. We're good. We don't need to check these. I already know. Okay. I recall, because Amazon was empty. So we'll go here, then there, and there. Just go check all these real quick. Because we're quite close to finishing those missions. If we can get them done, that'd be great. It might even be some of the writings and like we have to get done this way as well. We'll see what happens. Everyone can afford the deals there? Maybe. You very much prefer 1st edition, however. Archives of Nethys just has the information for free. Yeah, so there's Archives of Nethys has it, and then what is it? PSFRD 20 or something along those lines also has it all online for free. So there's 2 different sites online that you can find all of Pathfinder 1st Edition completely free. D20 PFSRD, thank you, that one, which is the one most of my players use. because I found another one. There's a slight discrepancy between that one and Archives of Nephis, so we tend to look at both and make rulings in accordance to the two. When needed. When needed. Lithium, that's a light metal. Nice, only one more light metal. But yeah, since all our games are online right now because of, you know, modern day health crisis problems in the entire world, having the books aren't useful because I can't say, oh yeah, look at this page right here. Instead, I just send them a link and I'm like, blam, which is unofficial. Archives of Nephis is official. It is. The Archives of Nephis, the thing is, sometimes they don't go into... The Archives of Nephis doesn't always have, like, the nicest, like, descriptions of things. It has, like, the exact description of it, but sometimes my players need a little bit more to understand some of the things. And a lot of the, some of the third-party versions of stuff is nice, like third-party crafting rules, for example, I like more, which is nice, having it on there. So I like delving into both of them. Starfinder is something I've always been interested in. We already checked this one. We were in this originally. Starfinder is something I've always been interested in, but I just can't run games that aren't in stereotypical fantasy. I can't wrap my mind around it. I'm really sad about it. It really sucks. I tried doing that once, and like as the game progressed, it became slowly and slowly less high tech. It slowly reverted. It was, what's with that jump that just happened there? Ah, it didn't want me to find this rocky asteroid, I see. All right, come on, light metal. Magnesium, is that a light metal? No, probably not. Darn. I just really struggle with it. I can't do it, and so I'm hoping one of my players will feel up to running a sciencey like Roll20 game at some point. We'll see. What, you haven't completed the fan yet? Wait, which fan? Oh, the fan of books? No, not yet. Still continuing the journey through space? Yes. Yes, we are, Admiral. And what was that kind of jump? Did you see that? That was crazy. We just blipped over here. What was that all about? What? Game. Watch yourself. Asteroid cluster. Small collection of silicates. That should be it then. Oh no, Prothean data disk. Wow, okay, so we are, like, I really needed to look at this. It seems to be every other asteroid belt, or every other system with an asteroid belt has something hidden within it. Okay. I didn't expect there to be two in here. I thought I'd still check. Roll20 and Archives have yet to have a difference that you've noticed. Oh, you mean like Roll20 and all of its information? I mean, they're all pretty close together. It's just the difference in phrasing from time to time you find between different versions, or different writings of the same thing, is nice for some of my players. Just because sometimes the way it's described doesn't quite click. There's a medallion. We need one more medallion. That's just helpful. Yes. Yeah. D20. Like, what is it? Pathfinder source? I don't know what PFSRD stands for. It's Pathfinder... something. I don't know what the SRD stands for. No idea. Starfinder needs better aliens. That kind of makes sense. you need a bunch of aliens. I mean, the fact that you already have like 40 races or whatever coming from one planet, kind of need to go a little buck wild with the number of like alien races as well, right? Source reference document, probably. That would make sense to me. Yeah, I'll go with that until I'm proven otherwise. Makes sense to me. Alright, on to the next. Alright, we're gonna finish these quests here. And then I think we can just go jump into story stuff. Metallic. I think we just get money for finding these and surveying them. Right, because then they're all surveyed out. Alright. Man, this weird jumping that happens is very bizarre. I don't know what's going on with that. Alright, so we've done all of them here. Did I do Hades? I think I did. Oh man, I strongly remember where we've checked. Definitely haven't checked here yet. Which one was in Hades? Yeah, we checked in here. Okay. And for Hades, start off in Han. One thing you noticed about D20 says it's a totem spear, grants a +1 bonus to acrobatics checks, but Nethys says no such thing. It also has no different damage types between them. Oh, it also has different damage types between them. Wait, what? Like, one says slashing, one says piercing? I'm imagining. I can't imagine what else they would say for a spear. It's like, it's a spear, but it does bludgeoning damage. I'm sorry, excuse me? That doesn't even make any sense. Alright. Scanning. Nope, seems like this one's empty. Piercing or slashing, and the other one's the slashing or bludgeoning. Really? Huh, okay. Interesting. We already checked Han. Alright, perfect. Off this, on to the next. Drop here in Gorgon. So the games currently are Mass Effect and what else? Mass Effect and the Bioshock Infinite DLC Part 2 is what we're currently doing. That's what tomorrow is. We'll be playing that tomorrow. And then tomorrow we'll have a vote for replacing that game. So we will have another game coming up and running soon here. Because we finished it. Oh, hold on, there was one more in there. Almost missed Phoenix there. Bad. So what you're saying is it's time to chill Dark Souls? I mean, we definitely could. If it wins. Maybe. Everyone vote for Dark Souls so you can harass Zaldor? I mean, what you mean is everyone votes Dark Souls so you can stop harassing Zaldor? Right? No? Alright, another Protein Data Disk. I think that might be the second to last Protein Data Disk we needed. Almost maybe done there. What is out here? I'm assuming there's nothing else in this system. It doesn't make sense for me for them to have hidden 2 in the same system. That's good. Alright, so there's only 3 left. Or 3 major systems left. There's no relief. There's only harassment. Oh no. Oh no! Let's see. Personally prefer the D20 version, in which it's slashing piercing. Makes more sense. And the +1 skill bonus gives some reason for one to take an exotic proficiency for it. I agree. One of the things I really don't like is that a lot of the exotic weapons are like just not worth the way exotic weapon proficiency works is kind of dumb. Exotic weapon proficiency is I spend a feat to be able to proficiently use an exotic weapon. It's like, cool, pick one. Pick only one exotic weapon you can possibly use. Only one. Not things that are similar. Only one. You can't learn how to use both a bastard sword and a I don't even know the example. There's a couple out there. I could open up a list. But like there are a handful of weapons in the exotic weapon proficiency group, in that group of weapons that are similar enough that I'm like, come on. 1 feat to only use one weapon that has marginally different abilities when you could instead just craft your own weapon from scratch, such a brand new thing? That makes no point. That makes no sense. So we have Terra Nova here, in the asteroid. Okay, so nothing in Asgard. And there's usually little to no benefit to them. Yeah, it honestly makes that whole section really sad. It makes that whole section really sad. Like, my players don't pick exotic weapons for exactly that reason. They look at it and it's like, it's not worth a feat. Sword canes are just a sword, fight me? You're 100% right. Sword canes are just a sword. Honestly, what I would like to do is just be like, ah, yes. Meanwhile, we're here in the local cluster. We're back home. Anything in our asteroid belt? Hanging up on Mars? No? All right, cool. So that's all of them. We've checked them all except Pharos, or I guess it's Atakan Beta and Sentry Omega. So Atakan Beta it is. Whips are weird. Whips are weird. It's true. But that one kind of makes sense. But sword canes. Like, if anything, because, like, if you're using a weapon you're not proficient in, you get a -4 to hit. If you have martial skill, you should be able to use a sword cane at maybe, like, a -1 to hit. Or a sword cane has -1 to your strength damage modifier, right? So you're like, I have 12 strength, so I get +1 damage to it. And I'm like, no, you don't. You don't. There isn't a... It's a thin handle. It's hard to get your weight behind it. Or something like that. Just like a small negative, but then that way you don't have to get the proficiency. You don't have to spend an entire feat point on it. Which is crazy. But I'm very lenient as a DM. I play strictly by the rules, but I'm very lenient by the rules, if that makes sense. Rules as written, and then we'll go from there. They're considering picking up a katana for your sorcerer. What's the advantage of a katana over a standard two-handed sword? Because your sorcerer could just pick up, you know, martial weapon training and use any and all martial weapons, right? Rules as written, but we are write them on level of what? But we rewrite them. Messed up with the spaces. We rewrite them on a level of stupidity. Yeah. I mean, it's the whole point is to have fun. The rules as written is to ensure that there is a consistency. That's what's important. What's important is the consistency of things. Yeah, the rules are guidelines. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, let's go check out Hercules, see what's going on here, then we'll go to the Pharos. Go deal with the Geth attack that happened an age and a half ago that's probably still going on right now.
Message coming in. Patching it through.
Uh-oh.
Normandy, this is Alliance Command. We're detecting your presence in the Atakan Beta cluster. One of our surveillance drones was gathering intel on Geth activities in the region when it was spotted and shot down. You need to go groundside and recover the drone's data module before the Geth find it.
Alright, can do. What we got? Survey. Large deposits of gold. Heavy metals. Nice. Oh, land. Whoa, it's a toxic hazard. We'll read that in a minute. I have not seen a toxicity hazard before. Survey this. Medallion. I think that's the last one. And nothing here. Cool. So let's actually back up real quick. Look at all that money. We just made 309,000 credits. Gracious. Yeah, so Geth, Incursion, Asari Writings, one more light metal, and then fan. Yeah, so we managed to finish the... Oh, there's a long list of them. We managed to finish the metals and the... Not the metal as in, like, valuable minerals, but, like, the League of One or whatever metals, and the Prothean writings. So we finished those. So we're now just down to one Asari writing and one more metal. Nice. Good. Katana does more damage than a longsword and is more deadly on a coup de grace. Ah, nice. Plus they're cool. True. If you wield them two-handed, they're a martial weapon. Oh, okay, perfect. So very similar to how bastard swords are classified as a martial weapon if you two-hand them. But they don't get coup de grace bonuses. That's really cool. Lost module. Alright, let's go grab it. Prepare yourselves. It's time for us to do a mission. Elitania, warning, level 1 toxic hazard. Elitania appears to be a world imminently... what? Imminently? Yeah, eminently suited for colonization. Okay, I read it right the first time. I second-guessed myself. It just felt weird to say it that way. Is the world eminently suited for colonization? Sadly, appearances are deceiving. It is covered by a verdant carpet of mosses, algae, and lichen. And wait, what? How many ands? mosses, algae, and lichen, and possesses a thick, oxygenated atmosphere, but the animal kingdom is a web of microscopic symbiotic creatures. Please make this 2 sentences. Please make this 2 sentences. This is a run-on sentence. It is covered by a verdant carpet of mosses, algae, and lichen with a thick oxygenated atmosphere, period. The animal kingdom is a web of symbiotic or microscopic symbiotic creatures. You split them into 2. Good gracious. Gonna make me go mental. Gotta get my red pen out. Jeez. That's right, it also does 18 to 20 times 2 crit. Jeez, get keen on that. Make that a keen weapon. Because, what is it? 18, 19, 20. So that would then be doubling that. So that would be what? 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20? Yeah. So it'd be 15 to 20 on a crit if you keened a katana. Level 3 magical enchantment. Or 3rd level spell. Random words? Exactly right, Senator Ari. Welcome back. And yes, random words. These are impossible to filter from the air and necessary for the native life to thrive. Unfortunately, they also cause anaphylactic shock when inhaled by non-native life. Okay, nice. That's intense. All right. In short, settlement requires either fully sealed environment suits or replacement of the entire world's ecosystem. Some have proposed limited colonization at altitudes above the symbiote's range, or in areas where favorable winds keep the air clean. Jeez. Double atmospheric pressure. Day length is a day and a half. Temperature is really good. Surface temp 13C. It's nice. It's really good. And gravity's only 1.2. It's good. I like it. You're intending to put an effortless lace on it and then make an agile weapon? Oh, Alistair, that sounds good. Alistair Snagger Talk, because you can use Dex instead for a sorcerer. Nice. Because that gives you AC. Because then as a sorcerer, you can just use mage armor. +4 armor bonus, use shield, +4 shield bonus. And then let's say like +2 from Dex bonus, have like 14 in Dex. And then bam, like that, you have AC 20. Demolished. Because the shield spell and the mage armor spell stack. Don't you tell me differently. They stack. She has 5 strength, so she's intended to use the agile weapon. Oh my goodness, she has 5 strength. How do you carry anything? Like, you pick up 20 pounds and you're encumbered. Wow, the grass on this one is very crazy. Nice. Sci-fi, please stop using drop pods unless you have a very good way of showing them drop down that high-speed impact. That should turn the occupants into a fine paste. I mean, yeah. But Admiral Thunder Shield, inertial dampeners. Inertial dampeners aren't a thing. Stop it. Stop it. Inertial dampeners aren't a thing. But we have this cool element called Element Zero, and it does things. It's like, okay, fine. They do. Shield is a shield bonus. Mage armor is an armor bonus. They stack. They do. And you know what the best part is? Rings and bracers are deflection bonus. So you can go ahead and you get a magic ring of armor 1 through 5, or a bracelet of armor, 1 through 5, and that gives you deflection bonus, which also stacks. So you can actually have the... Oh.
Personally, I would have just thrown a rock at him. This is why you humans have such a violent reputation.
Oh, there's monkeys here. I'm sorry. I saw these things, which are the same things all the Rachni use, and so I immediately was pointing at that. I didn't realize that the monkeys were nearby. It's okay. They'll repopulate. I grilled up a few of them for themselves. I'm sure they're cannibals. It's fine. Bracers for armor are an armor bonus. Oh, they are. Never mind. Ignore the armor. Armor bonus for the bracers armor, but the ring of protection is a deflection bonus. Okay, thank you, Ulsters. That one. So you can use the ring. So you can have a ring, tier 1 through 5. Bonus to armor. You can have mage armor, which is a +4, and shield, which is a +4, giving yourself a grand total of 13 on top of your base 10, putting you at 23. Plus, you get some dex, right? You have some dex. Like default dex is a sorcerer wizard kind of thing. You always want to have a little bit of dex on a switchy character like that. Then suddenly, bam! Next thing you know, an extra like 1 to 3. It seems unreasonable to have 16 dex though. It's a little high. It's like 1 to 2 bonus. Gold, heavy metal, darn. I need light metal. Yeah, you go and you get yourself like an extra 2. Put you up to +15, 25 AC. It's good. It's really, really good. What is this? Oh, it's a pod. Is this the thing that the Geth were after? Looks like monkeys. Little monkey things.
This is the surveillance drone, but where's the data module?
Uh-oh. The monkey-like creatures seem to have made off the data module.
Guess we're doing this the hard way.
Hold on, let's go back to that monkey the monkey nests. You already know where to look. He has +3 dex bonus. That's insane. Again with the horrible monkeys? I know, right? So she does have 16 dex. You gave her 16 dex. Okay. I was gonna say it's a little high, but I mean you are playing with a excuse me. Do we actually run them over, or do they just ignore it? Yeah, they just ignore it. Is there anything for me to interact with here? Oh, these monkeys are actually like solid creatures. Okay, so I guess they didn't come to this colony. Nothing to interact with, at least. Okay. So we're here, we went there, we keep going north. Oh, monkey colony. Monkey colony. Okay, it's gonna be in one of the monkey colonies. Okay, cool, I'll go. But yeah, no, Alsters, I like this idea. I was actually just thinking, literally yesterday, I was just trying to like think out specs for a muscle mage. Her signature spell is Battering Blast. That's attack rolls, so she needs to be able to hit. That makes sense. Yeah, they're solid right up until you try to run them over. Yeah, at which point they activate their basic technology. I know, right? It's absolutely insane. We underestimated these little monkeys. Turns out, they've been spacefaring this whole time. But they're Volus. They're wearing Volus masks. The truth finally comes out.
Heading out.
Oh, you can actually search each monkey. Oh no. Don't tell me I have to check every monkey. At least these I can interact with. Okay, and I can't recheck monkeys. Good. Thanks, game. That would be really annoying otherwise. I think that's every monkey here. Oh, wait. The loner in the corner. Get him! Oh, okay. Monkey doesn't have the module. Alright. Off we go. But yeah, I was thinking of a build for a muscle mage. A muscle wizard. The other day. Literally yesterday. We'll go this way up and around. Like a transmutation wizard that like uses spells to enhance his physique, and he runs around with like a greatsword. Right, you just get martial weapon proficiency. You get martial weapon proficiency, and then just use magic to augment everything else. And you just go around pummeling people. So you walk around as this like mildly frail wizard. And the next thing you know, you're like, people are like, oh, it's just a wizard. And you get into a bar fight and you start throwing people literally through walls. That'll be fun. Of course, it then like escalates and get crazier as you like pick up like undead anatomy, in which you like become an undead, or you pick up like you transmute yourself into like a dragon. It's like higher levels, but like lower levels, you just end up being like this brawler. That'd be cool. What's this? A mine?
Heading to position.
Okay. 5 strength is just like, that's crazy. 5 strength, 16 dex, 12 con, 15 intellect, good. 14 wisdom, and 18 charisma. Well, you rolled quite well. You only have 1 negative stat. That's really good. Although seeing that 5 in strength reminds me of a rogue. Why did we pull our guns out?
Negative contacts, Commander.
Thank you. Like, we're just interacting with monkeys, right? Seeing that 5 in strength reminds me of a rogue I played. I had a rogue, he had 5 con. And 5 constitution. It was great. He literally had 1 health at level 1. It was amazing.
Finally, some action.
What? What action? Williams.
I'm a little busy here.
With what? Williams with what? She's freaking out. I don't know why. Good gracious. Oh, you didn't roll? You did point blank? Nice. I always like rolling. I give my players options for rolling.
All clear.
Oh, dying hazard level 1. Thank you. I didn't realize we were dying from poison. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. So they tend to wimp out on drop pods too. When they don't go full speed, they have tiny little thrusters. Oh yeah. They just put tiny little thrusters there. They couldn't possibly slow them down. Oh yeah. Well, the fact that they can't even lift the Mako off the physical ground, there's no way it could actually slow it down on its descent. It literally wouldn't slow it down. It would slow down the speed at which it reaches terminal velocity, but it wouldn't stop it from staying at terminal velocity. Definitely wouldn't. It does nothing. It does literally nothing. Yeah, I don't know. Point buy is fine and all, but actually I like playing where I let my players roll. What I like to do for my players is I like to mess with them. They get 2 different options. They either get to roll they either get to do 2 sets of rolls and pick whichever set they want. And those rolls, it's 4d6 d1. So roll 4 6-sided dice, drop the lowest one, and then that's your number. And you do that for all 6 stats, and you do 2 rows. Or you only get to do 1 row, like one roll of 4d6 reroll ones. So they roll 4d6, they drop the lowest, but any one that they roll, they get to reroll it. It's really fun watching them decide between which way they want to roll. It's hysterical. All right, you're gonna head to bed? All right, take care, Shilling. Have a good one. You'll probably wind up in chat tomorrow. I mean, tomorrow's a good time for you to swing on by, because if you want to try and convince people of what game to vote for, that's the time to start running your campaign. There are monkeys inside? Maybe these are the Volus. Maybe my joke is actually not a joke. Let's go and override this. Oh no, we have to go deal with our inventory. Oh no, okay. We badly have to go deal with inventory. We only have 10 slots left. I'll have to go do that after this. I'm expecting combat. Monkey? Is there just gonna be no combat here? 9 more slots. This now makes it, instead of 9, it's only 7 more slots left. This is dangerous. We're gonna have to start dropping equipment. Monkey doesn't have the module. Discovery! Monkey does not have module. Alright. Monkey? Nope. Jittering monkey in corner? No, he doesn't have the module, but he definitely ate something weird. That's for sure. Can confirm. That's 3. So only have 4 more slots left. Or after we pick up one more container, that's it. We got to go and start dealing with it. One of your favorite franchises? Move Louvre? What? Somehow manages to solve the problem of a drop pod in a brutal yet elegant way. What do they do? I gotta know. Alistair's your character is a Kitsune, so +2 to Dex and Charisma, -2 to Strength. That makes a lot of sense. Which is how she got the 5 Strength, when the minimum you can get with Point Buy is 7. Ah, I did not know what the minimum was in Point Buy because I don't play Point Buy. That makes sense. No module?
He dropped the data module!
That's it!
It's a miracle the data module's still intact. Joker can transmit this info to Alliance Command.
Nice. Alright. This is our last one. Only have 4 slots. We only have 2 slots remaining. Is there any more stuff for us to loot? If so, we're in trouble. Personally, you don't play rolling for stats. I completely understand. Completely understand that. What's going on here? Big gap? It is. Let me swap out my weapon here. Sniper out. Blammo. Blam. Okay. My goodness. Just hit him. Knock that out. Anything else? Is there any left? I was like, wait a second, why are we in combat? They're just cute little monkeys. Did I get his attention? Yep. Unfortunately, we now have too many items. Because the moment I hit pause, we're gonna get a...
Bag 'em and tag 'em.
The moment I hit pause, we're gonna get a whole bunch of stuff dropped. So, yep, we cannot loot anymore. All of our loot, that is it. We're done. I'm gonna have to start dropping things. Things are gonna start getting liquidated. We have to go do some inventory management badly. Very, very badly. Inventory management is urgent at this point now. Ugh. Not ideal, but understandable, that is for sure. Loading? Is there like a massive Geth ship out here that we have to worry about? Nope. We still have the Monkey Colony anomaly and a debris. So let's go to the debris first. Over here, the debris, see what we can find. Go from there. Hopefully there's nothing else for us to need to loot, and we should be fine. We'll see, but like... Yeah, when we go to equipment, there it is. Oh, okay, we only picked up shredder rounds. But we're at our cap. We can't carry anymore, that's it. I like this assault rifle with the build-up, it's pretty cool. Yeah, we're gonna have to go liquidate a bunch of stuff. As soon as we get back to the ship, we'll go ahead and sell off. Uh-oh. Oh no, not this again! Okay, we're fine. Just teleport for a second. It's fine, it's fine. Everything's fine. We're fine. Alright, so for the drop pods in New Louvre, what do? Okay, first we have the HSST, or a re-entry destroyer. Okay. It carries a re-entry cargo shell on its back, on which it has 2 armored capsules. Each capsule contains 1 tactical surface fighter, a mech, makes sense, So it drops to 2 mechs, and once the re-entry shell and capsule enter the atmosphere, they activate their rocket engines to accelerate. If the capsule is hit by enough lasers on the way down, it releases from the TSF automatically, creating a cloud of heavy metals, protecting it from the lasers. Otherwise, it'll automatically release fairly close to the ground. Okay, so that... Oh, goodness gracious. Come on, Mako. So that makes sense. And from there, the TSF has to use its own engines to decelerate down to survival speeds. Yeah, so that makes sense. If you can push off of a thing that is falling, you can... where is it? There it is. You can convert your momentum, right? The other option is to redirect your momentum. If you're falling straight down, if you can then push off of something in a slight, like, to the side and slightly up direction, you can then mitigate that. Aww. We'll take this one. We'll take the kinetic coil. I do need more of those. That's more useful. Alright, we'll come back to this in a second. Let's go back to the Normandy real quick. He's got to deal with this inventory real quick here. It's pretty bad. Jumping in a falling elevator the second before it hits the ground. Exactly. The only problem is, unless it's a glass elevator, you'll never get the trick off done right. But yeah, essentially, the exact same principle applies. Your jumping off of the elevator doesn't actually have you have 0 downward momentum, but it'll reduce your downward momentum, if that makes sense. It's almost impossible especially for humans with their jumping capability, for us to push off enough force to negate the falling that we would be at, the falling speed we'd be at. But it still would mitigate it, and that's what matters. The mitigation's important. But Ari, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You're on it. You're on it. I mean, there are stories of people doing that. It's just, you know, don't want to do it too late. Don't do it too late. Alrighty then. I think we're just gonna flat remove everything that's tiered like 5 and below.
Looking for
I think we're just
supplies?
gonna be indiscriminate.
Let's see what you've got.
Oh my goodness, Nova, welcome back. How are you doing today? Good to see you. We have the tier 10 breaker. Nice. State-of-the-art battle rifle. Nice. We're just gonna go all the way down to tier 5. Right here. Oh, these are the chemical rounds like I was holding on to. We're just gonna sell them all indiscriminately. It's fine. These are all tier 4. That's tier 5. Starts there. And tier 4 down. We're going to sell them all. We have 5 mil. I don't know why I'm selling, but also I'm not using Omni Gel for anything, so. There we go. Perfect. So now I have tier 5 and up. Honestly, we might just start dropping indiscriminately start dropping all things to tier 6, maybe. You know, there's a sell all junk option. Not sure what it considers junk. Yeah, that's the thing I don't know. It doesn't... I don't know what junk is. I don't know how you classify things as junk. So I'm, like, nervous about just picking that button. Alright, let's go and take a look at our options here. So let's go over to our sniper rifle, the more important of the two. And instead of having this optical sensor, or this combat optics, which is worthless to me, we have frictionless materials, 6, which increases damage and heat dumping. That sounds really good. There's weapon stabilization, this thing we just picked up. Frictionless materials, and that's it. We just don't really have a lot of add-ons. All of our add-ons are really being used right now. But yeah, we'll go with frictionless materials, so that's a pretty good one. Grab that. We have so few add-ons, so it means we mostly have guns. So that means guns are the main thing that we're just slammed with. In which case, anything that's tier like 7 in town, we don't care about anymore. So Explorer, Liberator, Phoenix, Gladiator. None of this is better than what we're currently wearing. Our Scorpion is insane. Alright, in which case, let's go drop that as well. Let's go find all of our guns and just knock down all the guns
Let's see what
tier
you've got.
6 and
You bet,
below.
Commander.
We just indiscriminately remove them. What is this? Heavy assault rifle? It's really cool. Okay. Oh no, that's buying. Selling. I was like, what? We have the breaker, don't we? We do. Alright, tier 6. Oh my goodness, most of our stuff is tier 7. Look at that. It's almost all tier 7. Tier 6 starts here. Including with mercenary armor. I don't want to drop armors. Ammos we can definitely sell. Although we sold enough for now. It's fine. We'll come back to it later. Sort it out later. It's fine for now. Is there anything in buyback? Yeah. There's stuff in buyback. Oh, actually, once you leave and you come back, I'm not sure. Don't know. You're doing good. Good to hear, Nova. You might be able to get a free OLED Switch soon. Oh, cool. Do you have a Switch at the moment, or is this going to be your first Switch? It's really cool. And even when it is released, the ESF. Give me a moment here, and we'll go ahead and do a captain's log. Land. We'll just catch up and check here first. And even when released, the TSF, the armored capsule for that mech, still has a role to play. It continues down at high speed and slams into the terrain, and any enemies unfortunate to be underneath it. I mean, that makes sense. You're clearing a landing point for the mech as it's coming down. It makes perfect sense to me. But due to the lowered equipment standards, because of how badly humanity is doing in the war, survival rates of the shells as equipped are about 91%, meaning about 9 in 100 orbital divers don't even make it to the ground due to the equipment malfunctions. Yikes. The drop troopers are called orbital divers, by the way. And those that survive 2 drops, of which odds are tiny, are called chicken divers. Nobody survives a 3rd. Wow. Okay, that's an interesting way to have that portrayed. Let's go over to this anomaly over here. That's very interesting. Just having it be like, yeah, no, you did it a couple of times. Congratulations, you're one of the best of the forces. Don't do it again. We can't afford to lose you. I mean, because it's the 9% die from equipment malfunctions. I'm assuming another 50% die from being shot out of the sky. And then the rest are those that manage to survive through once they hit the ground in combat. Let's see. Oh, you can manually mark things as junk. Oh, okay. We'll have to take a look at that then. We'll have to go back and manually change things to junk. Makes sense. This terrain. It's the worst. Oh, that was a pretty good leap. That was pretty good. We managed to catch it through jumping, which is generally something I try and avoid on this. I attempt to avoid jumping with the Mako. Ups and daisies. Very nice. What is this? Oh, that's suspicious. That's very suspicious. You have a Switch Lite, but at your local GameStop, they are taking in phones to trade in value. Okay. And you think you have some phones you don't use anymore, according to their website. You can trade your iPhone for some credits, and with those credits and that with your Switch Lite, you'll be able to trade that in for an OLED upgrade without paying a cent just in tech. That's awesome. That's really cool, Nova. Okay, and that's spooky. That's very spooky. It's just a floating orb over there. Captain Zog, you don't like those planet exploring missions in the first game? Yeah, a little tedious, I'll be honest. Latias, you can't log into your Instagram? Oh no, what happened? When you try to reset your password, you get an error message and no email? Oh my goodness, well, you're gonna have to go and reach out to support. The most helpful thing there ever is. Just good old customer support. Actually, technically, this would be like tech support, right? Prothean Ruin, okay. Shimmering Orb. Crypts. Oh, examine, okay. Examining the strange Prothean artifact reveals a small irregularity shaped slot on the underside. It looks as if some would fit. What? You mean someone? It looks as if someone would fit some kind of oddly shaped key or trinket. Word wasn't finished. But where such an object could be found is a mystery you are unlikely to ever solve. Oh. What about all their writings? I don't know. Guess not. Darn. Let's go ahead and we can check over here real quick if we're willing to do some rough terrain riding. See if there's any metals over here real quick. But yeah, Captain's log. Shepard is continuing on his adventure through the cosmos, checking every nook and cranny of every system he is able to travel to, prior to going to any more story-heavy missions. Currently, in this episode, we've gone and done a whole bunch of asteroid scanning, and a little bit of mining. A bit of exploration on planets, and a little bit of monkey killing. A bit of fighting with the Geth, and now fighting with terrain. Welcome to Mass Effect 1, and riding around in the Mako. Oh my goodness, okay. Oh no, Mako, please. Mako, we got this. Mako, we got this. Up. Mako, go up. Okay. Didn't quite work. Can we spin around? Spin around. Okay, I didn't quite work as intended. We're getting close to where I was thinking there might be something. Oh look, here we go. Properly set up terrain for us to actually gain altitude on. Oh, come on, make it. No! We missed the turn. There we go. Nice. Right. There it is. I knew there had to be something over here. Look at that mini-map. We found it.
Back, Commander. You're going beyond the range of the operational area.
Listen, Joker, I'm trying to find just a little more lithium, alright? As soon as we have that, humanity saved, okay? Jeez. Calm down, man. There we go. I know what I'm doing. I'm an expert driver. I totally got my license. It's fine. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Oh, no. Flip it over. There we go. Okay, it's fine. We're just barely in a canyon. We should survive. We'll go up this way. On, almost. Let's grab it. On. Okay. And orbital divers have the lowest survival rate among pilots. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. With the, like, falling out of the sky makes survivability tough in the first place, just because if you're seen, you're in a lot of trouble. There it is. It's right there. It's right there. It's right there. We're almost there. It's palladium. I don't know if palladium is still light metal. Oh, it is. I think palladium's light metal. I think we're done. Nah, heavy metal survey. Dang. Darn it. Okay. Well, that's all of them. Back to the Normandy. Where'd you get that license? I found it on the ground and I stuck my photo on it. As everyone finds their license, right? Right? That's how everyone gets their license to drive? No? No? Alright, zooming on out. Alright, time for the important one over here in Theseus. You have a friend who flies, and last year, they had two crashed planes. Oh, jeez. I hope they're okay. No, actually, you actually had to work hard for your license? I mean, that sounds like the responsible way to do it, but we just lucked out. Yeah, no, getting your driver's license is important to do at some point, just because it's good to have the accessibility, but B, more importantly, it's not as easy as people think, right? You have to actually have a lot of practice on it. Logan. Some people figure it out on their first try, some people get it on their 10th. But what's important is what you retain from that time getting the license. If you manage to get your license on your first try, but you end up being a bad driver... Ah, there we go. Cobalt. Done. Last survey thing needed. Nice. Sorted. Done. Perfect. But yeah, if you end up getting your license on the first try, but you end up being a bad driver, then I think all of us would have really preferred you not get your license on your first try. If you're licensed on the 10th try and you end up being, like, you know, able to drive semi-trucks at that point, I mean, no, but you have to do extra training for that. But, like, you get to the point in which you're just such a good driver because you've tried so many times, that's also great. Like, that's good. It's all about safety. Just be safe. Cars kill so many people. It's insane. Another protein data disk. Oh, okay. So we actually didn't need to get all of them. There's actually a couple of them. Nice. Over here, you're actually legally required, you are actually legally required to be taught by a licensed driving instructor, and there are a lot of lessons. You said you were in Norway, right? Am I remembering correct on that one there, Thundershield? Because over in the US, it kind of depends by state. Not every state has the same laws for driving. But for, like, what you have to do to be able to practice. But most of them have you still requiring driving with some sort of instructor. Most, not all. Not all. All right, Barros. The Exogeny Corporation has founded a pilot colony on Pharos to explore the Prothean ruins that blanketed 2/3 of the planet's... Wow, what? 2/3 of the planet's landmass? That's insane. The atmosphere is fouled with dust. Terrestrial travel is hampered by crumbled debris dozens of meters deep. Wow, okay. And there are indications that Pharos was a much colder world in the past. Pharos has 2 large moons. Orkan the Father and Verdant. Founded in 2178. Population is only 300 people. Okay, there's only 300 people here. Okay. So, wow, 10 Celsius? That's really good. A day and 6 hours. Very high pressure. Yikes. That's a lot of pressure. Also, you have to have a certificate that you've been through an 8-hour first aid course. Really? You have to do a first aid course before you can get a license? That's pretty cool. You lost your driver's license because of bad mental health? Well, I mean, you know, they're trying to keep you alive as well as everyone else. You're having trouble getting it back after years now. It's tough to go get some story time. Yeah, we're gonna go do some story for sure. But it's tough to get back into it. If you haven't driven in a while, it's actually really tough to do. We were talking about this, I think, like a month ago on stream, but a lot of what you do in driving is habit. It's subconscious. And so it's tough to go and relearn it. A good thing people can survive pretty high atmospheric pressures. It's true. What's the threshold for your eardrums? I can't remember. Well, someone might remember. Or just Google it. But yeah, we can deal with like 10 atmos, I think, before things start to fall apart. Things like 13 that our ears give out. I could definitely be wrong on that. I'd have to look back up again. My goodness, what is with this lagginess? Landing procedures. Oh wow, okay, they said dust. It's very dusty. Okay, so we're just in hollowed out structures, it looks like. Oh, part of the driver education is a bunch of things on closed tracks, such as icy corners. Yeah, no, I never did any training on, like, training courses with cones or anything. Never had to do that. Alright, let's go get on land. Or at least in this skyscraper. Just talk to Joker real quick. Is there anything else we can talk to him about? I'm
Boy,
kind
am
of
I
ignoring
glad
him.
to be off of Novaria. I don't know which was worse, the cold or the corporations. One will freeze your balls off, the other will sell them out from under you. With all due respect, Commander.
Yep, that's everything.
I have to go.
All right, see ya.
Thanks for the update, Joker. I appreciate it. Get out of here. Alright, team set, let's go. I think,
Equalizing interior pressure with exterior atmosphere.
oh yeah, it's
Logged.
increasing
The
a lot of
commanding
pressure
officer
here.
is assured
Do we take Liara
that
on this
Sir
one? I can't
Presley
remember who we
has the
needed
deck.
for Pharos. Did someone mention who we needed for Pharos for running this thing? It's driving without a license too sometimes. You don't have trouble driving? Ah, I see. But the problem is that the license officially is to get the license officially back. Ah, I see. Yeah, it's because they want to make sure you're not going to have any physical complications while driving. Oh, you were a professional delivery driver before. Oh, cool. All right, let's take a look at our journal here real quick. Do we need to do anything? Is there anyone in particular we need to bring with us? No. She says investigate. All right, we'll take the base team then. If anything changes, we'll take care of it. Maybe we have to just stay in the upper atmosphere to avoid the dust particles and the like. Also, it'll be a lighter atmospheric pressure in doing so,
We
too.
saw your ship. Fidan wants to speak with you immediately.
Who?
Who's Fidan?
He's our leader. He needs your help to prepare for the Geth. They're making another push. Please, up the stairs past the freighter.
That was the thing. Yeah, they're making another push. Dead. Hug the wall. Come on, Shepard. Oh, I whiffed it. Go. There we go. And... No, you don't. Try it again. Come on. Come on, Shock Trooper. Stop being scared. Oh, come on. That sucks. I got his arm.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
It's true. There we go. It's true. I need to be careful. But I think we're okay. Slow and steady when... Oh. Liara, do you want to turn the gravity back up? Thank you. You want to turn the gravity back on there, Liara? Thanks. Oh. Oh no, it's not these things. Oh, these things suck. Stalkers. We're gonna stick the sniper rifle then. Yeah, I had a feeling that their armor's gonna be very low. So we just have to hit them somewhere, anywhere. Okay, didn't work, didn't work. Go. I just have to hit them. I don't have to get them in the... no headshots required. Our explosive ammo will take care of the rest. It's fine. What planet is this? We are on Pharos. We're on the planet Pharos.
Head to the tunnels. Make sure they're secure.
Hey.
Those Geth are bloody dangerous.
It's true. Honest? Colonel?
Get ready.
Glad to see some soldiers. On
Die of thirst. The Geth will surely kill us all.
Hey? May?
How is a woman supposed to think with guns going off all around?
What do you do otherwise? Can I give you some Metagel? Nope. Alright. What about you?
I fear the Geth will kill us all.
Nah, we're gonna be fine. You need some help too. We're gonna have to check these buildings real quick. You don't like Pharos? We gotta do it one way or another.
The Geth are mounting another attack.
Oh, I'm on it, I'm on it. The skills are unparalleled. You just sit tight, citizen. Alright, let's just go ahead and scoot up here. Close combat sniper rifle tactics. Let's do this thing.
There, dear. You'll get through this. Just relax.
My headaches are getting better. I just have to stop thinking about the past.
The Geth just keep coming.
Terminal? Okay. Codex. Nice. How's it going, Chris Engine? We're currently on Pharos. Audio only today? Aha, I see. No worries. No worries. We don't need a specific party member for Pharos, correct? We're good. Ah, there is Fidan.
Oh, Commander. I'm glad they finally sent somebody to help us.
You're a bit late, aren't you?
Arcelia.
Yeah, I am.
Sorry, Commander. Everyone's on edge since...
Watch out! We've got Geth in the tower!
Protect the heart of the colony!
Yeah, I know I'm late. Oh, is that a guest sniper? Well, not anymore. Oh, that's we like to call that a wall, and I showed it boss. I showed it his boss, that's for sure. Right through your puny little shield. You got nothing on me, Geth. We'll shoot you down one at a time until there's nothing left. No scope. Didn't kill him. I tried though. Yara, please don't walk in. Ah, Williams. Down. Don't walk in front of me while I'm sniping, Williams. We're coming from over here. There's a quest up here. Okay. Oh, you thought that shield was gonna help you. Oh, what is that? Recon drone. Oh, these recon drones are a little bit of a nuisance. It's so small. Oh. Oh, dodge them. Give me something to shoot. Oh, I missed. Pretty bad. Come on, Liara, stop hitting the cover, please. Don't shoot the cover right in front of you. Although keeping him busy is great. Oh my goodness, he ran right at me. Goodness. It's berserker mode over there. Okay. Good. Is that guy gonna leave? Good. He's giving up. Excellent. You don't use the team special abilities or anything?
Ready to roll out to wherever the Geth are bunkered? Check in with Fidan, but I think we're done here.
Nah, we don't need any special tactics or anything. Our sniping skills are just too gosh darn on point. It's too good. No specific party member needed. Only slightly unique dialogue from Tally. Excellent. We could bring Tally, but we could bring Tally. We just drop Williams.
Oh God, they're everywhere.
Okay, you stop. You stop that. We definitely need Liara, though. She's our healer. We can drop Williams and bring Tally in, but we'd be a little squishy if we did that. It's an option. I definitely took a wrong turn. Somewhere. That's okay. As long as we end up finding our destination eventually. I think I'm definitely going the wrong way. clear this out. Is there a map? There is. Okay, good. Tunnels. Let's hope. Collapsed hallway. Oh, did the hallway we were going to collapse? Is that what it was? Why we couldn't get to Fidan? I just missed that. You don't miss much with that, Tally? Okay. That's good to know. I think that's right there is where it collapsed on us and where we were supposed to be able to backtrack to. I just want to be sure. Just want to be sure. I can get a glimpse here. Where we are, where we were, what we did. I didn't really pay a lot of attention to it. Oh. There's an elevator here. Okay. Oh, there's the other. Zeus Hope is over here too. Oh, there's 2 ways to here. Interesting. Okay. Very interesting. So I backtracked. So I did go the right way in the end, but not initially. Huh.
The tower's secure. Thanks to you, Commander.
Happy to help.
I'm just glad your colony is safe.
I appreciate your concern and your efforts against the Geth.
They may have been slowed, but they'll be back. They always come back.
Oh, don't worry. We've got this.
Help me find what the Geth are after, and you'll all get out of here alive.
We don't know what they're after. They came, they attacked us, that's all we know. Their main base is at the Exogeny headquarters. A good place to start looking if you want answers.
Come again?
What's Exogeny?
It's the company most of us work for before the attacks. They fund this colony. The Skyway leads directly to Exogeny headquarters. You can't miss it.
Of course, there's an army of Geth between here and there.
Oh, we've got this. No problem.
I didn't expect this would be easy.
Yeah, we got this.
Maybe I can get this colony operational again.
Oh, story time. Talk to me about Exogeny.
What else can you tell me about Exogeny?
Exogeny funded this colony. Without them, we wouldn't be stuck here.
They specialize in colonization. In return for bankrolling the colony, we work for them. Their main goal is the retrieval of valuable artifacts or resources.
Except there isn't anything here. Or if there is, we didn't find it.
Sure, they're really happy about that. The colony?
Tell me about your colony.
Life is hard and often brutal, even without our current problems. Colonial affairs back on Earth told us we'd be beneath the notice of any raiders. I guess they weren't counting on the Geth. But, despite everything, there's something tranquil about this place, unlike anything I've experienced before.
You feel like I have a very high sensor DIP on the mouse? What does DIP stand for? I never remember. Never remember what this stands for. No, I've got a base. I'm using a $12 mouse. DPI, not DIP. Thank you. What is DPI? Digital print indicator? I have no idea what it stands for. But whatever it is, I don't think I have it. I'm just using a cheap silent mouse because the clicking noise gets annoying. Because it used to get picked up on the microphone. So this way you guys don't hear me clicking quite as much. It's a lot harder to hear. You hear the keyboard a lot more, but not the mouse, which clicks much more often. Something per inch. Okay, I see. Is it like digital pixel per inch? That would make sense to me. A high sensitivity of sensor? Yeah, I think it would probably be digital pixel per inch. So like per inch of movement is what for it. No, I think most of the time I have sensitivity at whatever most people have the setting at or lower. I can take a look, but I don't think it's that high. I'm just very good at judging my spins. Though then again, I only use half my I do only use half of my mouse pad. Now that I say that, like my T mug is literally on the top right corner of my mouse pad right now. It's literally right there. The operation.
What do you need done to get this place back on its feet?
We need those Geth destroyed.
Arcelia's right. There are still Geth in the tunnels. We also have more mundane problems like food, water, and power. I'm not sure where we stand on those matters. You should talk to the people overseeing them.
Oh man, okay. We talked to him all about that. At least we know where the water lady is. It's dots per inch. Thank you. That makes sense. But yeah, I only use half of my mouse pad. So, let's see. So let's go ahead and we'll talk to them about the water shortage.
Is there anything I can do to solve your water shortage?
Marka Doyle has been assigned to that particular issue. If you have any insight to offer, please speak with her.
Okay, power.
What's wrong with the colony's power supply?
May O'Connell is working on our power problems. She'd know more about it than I do.
Okay.
You mentioned something about a food shortage.
Davin Reynolds is tasked with securing food for the immediate future. If you can assist, please speak with him.
Okay.
Do you have information about Geth in the lower tunnels?
Nothing new. They're in the tunnel somewhere, likely guarding a transmitter to coordinate attacks. It's not a critical threat right now, but getting rid of that transmitter will help us defend against further attacks.
Okay.
Let's talk about Zoo's Hope and Pharos in general.
Of course, Commander.
Alright, Geth base.
What can you tell me about the defenses the Geth have set up?
I don't have any details, but I'll wager it's a lot more fortified than the command post.
They landed at least one Geth ship at Exogeny, and I've seen large walking tanks on the Skyway. Expect a hard fight.
Okay. What was it? We talked about the
Tell me
colony,
about your colony.
and when we were
Life is
talking about
hard
the
and often
colony,
brutal, even without our current problems.
there
Colonial
was...
affairs back on Earth told us we'd be beneath the notice of any raiders. I guess they weren't counting on the Geth. But, despite everything, there's something tranquil about this place, unlike anything I've experienced before.
Okay. How many people live here?
How big was the original Pharos colony?
We were nearly 1,000 at the main site.
Whoa.
200 more at my outpost. When the first wave obliterated our defenses, we fell back to Zoo's Hope.
Yikes. It said a population of 300 when we were in orbit, so they've lost 700 people. That's nuts. Okay. You don't know what this inch is? I don't know. Alright, Admiral Thundershield. Alright. Alright. I don't know what this inch is, but it sounds like part of the overly convoluted, nonsensical measuring system. Well, you know what? You know what? At least we started counting our money in decimals, or in like, not decimals, by tens, right? At least all of our monies are on a reasonable system. It took a lot of Europe to sort that one out, to catch up with us, right? Right? We might be using an antiquated measuring system, and by use, I mean it's actually just a surface layer thing. Don't think about it too much. It's not important. Man, I could evacuate you? We don't have enough space. Oh, maybe we could get 300 people in there, jamming them in the cargo bay. Probably. We can get at least 100 in there. We have enough space. Couldn't feed them. We could probably do it. We'll still suggest. How do you measure feet? It was the length of some, I don't know, a foot was the length of some Englishman king's foot, and that's what it was until it was standardized. So, I don't know. But yeah, no, I mean, just like how it was, what? It was like wasn't it like 6 shillings to a pound or something, right? And it's, 3 stone? It's like 6 pounds to a stone. And a pounds in the first sense was a money thing, and pounds in the second sense was a weight thing. Because that doesn't make it confusing. Right? Isn't that how that worked originally? In the US, the thing is, though, every single American citizen has to learn the metric system. It is required to learn the metric system. Actually, in the US is metric system implemented badly, but never catched up. Some states tried it. No, it's every pound is what? It is a currency. A pound is a currency. As last I checked, especially now that that country is not part of the EU. But every single American citizen that goes through public school has to learn the metric system. And the reason for that is everything we do in science and technology uses the metric system. And then we just convert it to imperial units for the general public. So the thing is that the general public uses the imperial system, pounds, ounces, feet, yards, miles, all right, all that nonsense. But everything we do uses the metric system. All of our science uses the metric system. Why do you have 3 different ounces? We have 3 different ounces because English is weird. It's the same reason why we have 3 different theirs. There's there, and there. Right? Right? And we've got 3 different wears. We have where, and where, right? Right? I wear this, that wears down, and where are we? Over there, that's theirs, and I'm blanking on the third there. Anyway. It's because English, it's because England is convoluted. Or rather, it's why have additional things, right? Make it simple. Pound and quid are the same thing, as far as you know? Yes. 1 pound is 1 quid. That is the exact same thing as saying $1 is $1. A quid is a, to my knowledge, could be wrong, to my knowledge, a quid is the slang term for a pound. Thus, as a buck is a slang term for a dollar in the US. There you go. Hydrate, you go. They're eating their chicken sandwich over there. Thank you. They are. Thank you. That's the one I'm missing. Thanks, Knight. I appreciate it. Oh, and Knight, since we need to stop talking to this guy, then we'll go do the vote thing real quick.
The Normandy isn't huge, but we could airlift you out.
The Geth fighters are too dangerous, and I won't be driven off this world. It is our home. There's a chance for growth here that is simply not available on other worlds.
I'll talk to you when I learn more.
Good luck, Commander.
Paragon. Ah, cool. Say 2 rooms of room 222. Sorry, wait, no, 2 rums? 2 rums, 2 rooms, 222? What are you talking about? Yard? What is yard? Measuring by football field? But is it a rugby? Or is it rugby? Oh man, I no one really knows the real reason why it's called soccer, football, and rugby. But I do like the theory that it is soccer was called soccer because it was associated with football. Football was the game of football, and then rugby was because it was rugged football. Were the 3 different types of footballs originally created, and then only the soccer version of football became popular in many, many nations. But since everyone went from associative soccer and shortened it, when they came to the colonies, it stayed as soccer. Hand egg? I don't know about that one. Pigskin, that's one. Alright, Food Man.
You're the one who repelled that last wave. They'll be back. And if the Geth don't kill us, we'll die of hunger soon enough.
Yeah, we'll sort that out. But yeah, I don't think anyone... I think it's still a really heated debate on how those different ones were actually sorted, how the names were actually created, so I don't even know. You don't get the difference between softball and baseball, though. Softball is a ball that is significantly larger than a baseball, and it is a little bit softer. And there's like some very, very small variants on the basic rules of the game in terms of the way you throw. That spinning windup, for example, if a pitcher in baseball, so when you watch a softball match, what you'll see is they'll often do a windup of like they'll do a helicopter arm, right? And they'll do like 2 to 3 spins, flinging off at the end of that to increase the speed of the throw. If you did that as a pitcher in baseball, that would be indicating like throwing a ball without actually throwing a ball. Like, meaning as in like, you just give them a point for letting, like, as if you threw way off wide, right? As opposed to a strike line. So that style of throwing is just straight out illegal in baseball, in the fact that you would just be throwing the game, technically speaking. It's just a very small variance in rules between the two. Softball's more popular with women than men in terms of players. Yeah, women usually play softball, it's true. Or at least the women's softball leagues are more popular than the male softball leagues. The men's softball leagues are not nearly as popular as the women's softball leagues. But vice versa for baseball as well. Which I think is actually pretty good, because the fact that it's essentially the same sport, but there's 2 different groups with 2 different rule sets, that have different gender dominance is actually kind of cool. Versus, like, all the other sports where it's like every other sport is male dominated in terms of preference for viewing. Which has everything to do with just general human culture rather than anything else. Realistically, does anyone really like baseball? Oh yeah, are you kidding me? Scarly? Holy moly, baseball's huge. Like, it's big in the US and it's huge in Japan as well. It's really big over there. I think it's actually getting pretty good growth in China as well, in terms of viewership. Yeah.
Are you doing anything to remedy the situation?
I need to boost rations with Varen meat, but it's too dangerous. The Alpha Varen, he's huge and he's mad. Rabid, maybe. Totally uncontrollable. I can't do anything until he's dead.
I have a ship. I could bring in supplies from off-world.
I'd rather you concentrated on the Geth. Food won't help us if they breach our defenses.
Tell me about hunting Varen.
Hunting them is impossible while fending off the Geth. On the positive side, they'll attack anything, even those damn synthetics. The big Alpha Varen is the real problem. He's mad, erratic, completely unpredictable.
Tell me about yourself.
What's to tell? I came here with my wife Greta, looking for adventure, a new life together. This isn't exactly what we signed up for. Of course, it would be much better without the Geth. We were really starting to enjoy the colony before they came.
Right, speaking of colony.
Tell me about Zoo's Hope.
The colony is growing, or it was. But you should speak with Fidan. He is our leader.
You tell me?
Why should I speak to Fidan? Why can't you tell me?
I don't want to talk about that right now. Speak with Fidan.
Alright.
I have to go.
So long, Commander.
Pick that up. Look at more than... you like baseball more than basketball? Understandable. It's more to do with biology. Men are genetically more physically capable. In most senses, yes. And that has to do with sexual selection. So that is a long and heated debate and arguments among many people, but through sexual selection, as I think we can all agree by gender preferences of mates, that it is sexually advantageous for men to be more physically adept than women, and thus most men are more physically capable than women. Bam. There's my case. We don't need to get into it because I know there are people that get really heated about it. Yeah. I mean, the thing is that everything's arranged, right? The weakest man is always going to be weaker than the strongest woman, like every single time, right? An average man is going to be stronger than the average woman, but that's an average, which means there's still a 50% variance on both sides. So, there you go. There you go. Bam. Your gender is attack helicopter. I mean, it's a dangerous one. Don't anger you. You've got your what are the missiles Apaches have under their wings? I can't recall. But there's like 6 of them. There's like 3 on each side. I'm not willing to let you go send one of them my way. I'm messing with you. Oh, we're all going to starve? So yeah, we're all going to starve. So hey, tell me about yourself. He's like, oh, I've got a wife. I was really hoping to settle down for this colony here. It's like, oh, it's good to know. It's good to know. Ever thought about kids? And he's like, you're supposed to like stop the Geth from killing us. I'm like, yeah. We'll get to that in a minute. Well, just tell me a little more about yourself. Hellfire missile. Thank you. That's what it was. This thing is scary. That doesn't explain how your wife is 5 foot and still physically intimidating. Oh yeah. Well, again, as I said, it comes down to averages. She's just height doesn't actually matter much. I know a woman who does rowing. She's not the coxswain. She's actually like one of the rowers. I think she's seat 2, if memory serves. She is like 4'11" and like denser than a boulder. This woman can lift anything she wants. She's just short. But like, good gracious. Rowers are monster humans? They are. It's incredible. But yeah, no, like, your height doesn't matter too much. It comes down to muscle definition. And different people have the ability to by genetics, their muscles would be able to tone differently. It's weird. Fun fact, human sense of hearing is actually super good. Yes, it is. And that was one of the things that blew my mind for a bit. We'll go down that rabbit hole in a minute here. Man, we're almost done playing this game at this point. I swear, we keep coming up with these conversations I want to talk about. You guys are really bad about this. How dare you? You make me want to stop playing this game. Oh no, interaction. On a stream, on a live stream, it's more to do with biology. Yeah. But some blind people have actually taught themselves proper echolocation. Yes, you can actually go find videos. There's a video of a guy that can bike using echolocation, which is nuts. But here's the crazy thing. You know how people are like, dogs have super hearing, sense, like have super senses and whatnot? Like dogs are like incredible. Their eyes are worse than ours. We have better vision than dogs. We have better vision than cats. We have better vision than horses. The human eyes are actually insanely strong. We have very, very powerful eyes. It's only eclipsed by a lot of prey, like prey animals, and some, not all, but some top predators. Not many. Our eyes are crazy. Our hearing is really good because it has such a large range. We have very low and very high frequencies we can hear, but we can't hear a lot of super high and a lot of super low. But those animals that can hear super high can't hear like normal to low, and those that can hear super low can't hear normal to high. So we have a really good range of hearing, which is really cool. You say that to your nearsighted. I mean, okay, like, also, so I'm saying humans in general, not just saying you. But there are people that, when you get glasses, actually have a better vision than 20/20. They'll have, like, what a normal average human can see at 20 feet, you can, with glasses, see 22 feet. So, glasses can actually improve. Yeah, humans. H-U-mans. Humans. My goodness, what are you, a Ferengi? Jeez. Next we'll switch to just calling him Earth Clan, right? This is his wife, by the way. Can we talk to you?
Not the best shot, but I'll do what I can.
Aw, I was hoping we could.
If we could... Thanks for your help.
Save, you got it.
Time to regroup.
Good call. Just a friendly reminder? Yeah, that's a really good call. Alright.
I'm sorry, but I can't stop to talk. I have to deal with the water shortage.
Alright.
Is there anything I can do?
The utilities building was one of the first to fall under Geth control. Find the mains and turn them back on. Until then, this colony is dry.
I can fly water in. Come on, Shepard. You gotta think with your head. On this one. Let's see. What did I miss? And we use those eyes to watch a screen nowadays? Exactly right. Yeah, we do. That's exactly right. Yeah, we use our powerful eyes to stare at screens and burn images into them. The eyes are the way to see into... the eyes are the way to see into one's soul, after all. True. Because we're so socially... since humans are such a social creature, being able to pick up on subtle differences on faces, facial expressions, is so ridiculously useful that even having, like, poor farsight, so long as you still had decent enough vision at close range, still gave you that same advantage. It's just because you can see so clearly. Like, our eyes can notice down to, like, what is it, like 20 microns or something? We can see things at, like, 20 microns in width. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely insane. Like a hair, like the width of a hair, I think is like somewhere between, isn't it like between 50 and 120 microns, depending on the person? Yeah. Constantinus, we've already figured that one out. We figured that one out. How would I have all this free time? Yeah, Carcinogen's exactly right. How would we have all this free time to stream? No way. They wouldn't have even close. Humans' tactile senses are also incredible, very much so. We just think humans are surprisingly amazing compared to the rest of the animal kingdom because we have so many tools. It's just that we always look at like, well, lions are stronger and cheetahs are faster. It's like, yeah, cheetahs are faster, but we could see a cheetah way before a cheetah could see us, even with its camouflage. Like, that's awesome. If we have just the ever so slightest bit of elevation, we can easily see predators in the savannah, which is why we stuck to trees. Humans OP, God nerf please. I mean, I don't really want that balance patch, Scholarly. We can avoid that balance patch, right? We don't need another Great Flood, right? Because there's been like a handful of the wiped out sections of the world over humanity's existence. Luckily, humanity was mostly within continents, so luckily we didn't get hit by many of those, but still. War is good for business. It's true. No spoilers? Yeah, no spoilers. No spoilers. But oh my goodness. Commissar Blitz, welcome back. It's been a while. How have you been? How's life been treating you? But yeah, no. Never forget the 31st and 32nd rules of acquisition. War is good for business. Peace is good for business. Right? Right? Is that the rule of acquisition applies. Absolutely. But I'm pretty sure that's what it is. So yeah, we'll fly in water. Flying in water is so inefficient. We're alpha after all. It's true. That's how we got this far. Yeah, it's how we got to the point in which humanity has gotten to the point that we can be lazy. Like, right? Like, this is the main thing. The moment a species can die from overindulging themselves indicates that they've won, right? Right? People can die, people do die from overeating, right? Like, there are those people that'll, like, go and do, like, food eating competitions, and their, like, stomachs will eventually rupture and kill them, right? Because they can. Because we can. We have, like, an abundance of food. It's just a thing we can do. You want to watch some Deep Space Nine now? I know, right? Quark is so good. So good. It's true. He's a great character. You never replayed Mass Effect 1? I understand not replaying Mass Effect 1 if you really don't like the Mako. Totally get it. Totally get it. Also, the human sense of balance is quite incredible, too. I mean, we walk around on those long stilts with fairly small contact points on the ground. Very true. Although that's the thing that we, like, specialized in. Our human specialization was cognitive ability, sight, expressive facial our expressive faces, vocal tone, balance, and sweating. Those are like our 6. If you had to like pick main points that made humans amazing, those are what I would do. Yeah, I guess you could drop the sight if you wanted to, but vocalization and facial expressions were critical for human development as well as our brain capacity, I feel. Oh man, who was Quark's brother? What was it, Rom? Rom's also, like, Rom was, right? Was it Rom? The comic relief, like, half of the scenes that had Rom in Star Trek Deep Space Nine was, like, cringy. Very cringy. Brutal. Rule of acquisition number 1. Once you have their money, never give it back. It's a really good one. I can't remember all the rule of acquisition. It's like rule of acquisition, like, 4. A deal is a deal is a deal. Right?
I have a ship fueled and ready to go. I could bring water in.
Unless you plan to make a trip every few days, that wouldn't really solve our problem. We need to be self-sufficient.
Do it yourself.
You know where to find the problem with the water?
The colony can't afford to lose any more of us. We're just too vulnerable.
Think of something else?
You're very focused on the water despite the constant attacks.
I can't think of anything else. So much has happened, but it hurts. If I stay focused on this task, the pain goes away.
Ah, coping.
An understandable reaction, though her discomfort seems almost palpable.
Yeah, coping mechanism. Understandable. Totally get it. Rule of acquisition 18, the Ferengi without profit is no Ferengi at all. I mean, yeah, that's how it goes. So you're saying humans are jack of all traits, masters of everything? I would say humans are jack of most traits, masters of brain. is how I'd put it. Because humanity is actually... So You know how there's, like, the French bulldog that, like, literally can't reproduce on its own? Because it's just... humans messed it up. Humanity's slowly moving towards that direction with our big, massive heads. We're starting to have problems. And by starting, I mean we've been having problems for centuries at this point. And it's only going to get worse as we go. Well, good old rule of acquisition 94, females and finances don't mix, definitely got turned on its head near the end of that series. Because wasn't it... because it was Quark's mother that took over and did, like, and made huge changes and massively increased the profitability of the Ferengi Alliance. Was it an alliance? No, it was the Ferengi something. What were they? Ishka. Yeah, well, what was the Ferengi group? What were they called? I don't remember. Personal questions.
Tell me about yourself.
I'd rather not. This is not the time or the place.
Oh, welcome.
Please, help us or don't. Otherwise, leave me to my work.
Alright, lady. Oh, it was an alliance? Okay. It was the Ferengi Alliance. Nice. My brain remembers. Nice. Showing your teeth to chimps will probably get you mauled? Yep. Don't do that. Don't do that. Although it might not, you know how it is. It's only funny until someone gets hurt. And then it's hilarious. Unless it's you. So you don't do that. But if your friend does it, just videotape it. Give him a fair warning in the video so that we know you're a good guy, though. Like, go ahead and, like, when you start the video, just like, I don't know, this seems a little, I don't know. And then they go ahead and do it, and then they get mauled, and then it's all funny, and the weight of blame isn't on you. That's how it works, right? No? Right? Maybe? No?
What do you know about this planet?
I am not the one to ask about that. Ask Fidan or one of the others.
Alright, what about the colony?
Tell me about the colony.
We are a small group, part of a larger colony, before the Geth attacked. You should speak to Fidan. It's his responsibility. He knows the colony best.
Nice. Everything but Fidan. Alright.
I have to go.
I wish you luck.
Alright. And May O'Connell.
Nice work with those Geth. Glad you showed up.
Welcome.
I still need the power cells for this generator, though.
Would it help if I brought in some power cells from the Normandy? We can certainly spare a few.
Your top-of-the-line ship doesn't use the same parts as the old generator we've got. The cells just aren't compatible.
Right.
If I find anything while I'm looking around, I'll send it your way.
Thank you, Commander. I appreciate it.
Alright. I think that's that. What's up with Ledra?
Commander, I was told to make my supplies available to you if you wish.
Ledra, there's something going on with your Omni tool, and I'm not sure what it is, but it's kind of cool. It's just floating there.
What's your name, Solarian?
My full name is Gorat-tu Heranon Maldinest God Inost Ledra. Humans usually employ surname and given name only. Inost and Ledra in my case.
I wonder what the, long enough?
Why's your name so long?
We are named for our origins. Gorat-tu is my homeworld, Heranon my clan's country, Maldinest and Got are the city and district where I live.
Makes sense. I was just about to ask if anyone knew what the reasoning was for the long name, but that now makes sense. Perfect, there we go. Oh, this is the Fadan section of the planet? Yes, that's exactly right. Yeah. Yes. Oh, that's a good one. Rule Acquisition 285. No good deal ever goes unpunished. Or no good deed ever goes unpunished. That's a great one. I like that one a lot. Because it really, like, that line right there really just, like, shows the mentality of the entire species, right? And the way they look at things, in which anything done for free, hence a good deed, or, you know, I mean, even if they cheapen their deals for things, like, it's reverse karma is the way they see it, right? In which doing a good deed opens you up, showing that you're weak, and thus you get taken advantage of. So that one line right there, no good deed ever goes unpunished, for the Ferengi, it shows so much about their culture. That one. I really like that one. Not as in practice, but as in explanation for who they are and why. The colony was fine. Yes. Yeah, that's exactly right. The colony was fine before the the Geth attacked. The Geth Nation attacked. Talk to me about who you are.
What's a Solarian doing on a human colony?
Wow, that was racist. Come on,
This
man.
Solarian goes where the credits are. Or I did. A well-stocked freighter can be a profitable investment on a new colony. But once I was here, I decided to stay on. The colony life grows on you after a while.
That's interesting. Okay. What about your stock?
How do you keep things in stock in conditions like this?
My list of consumers has shrunk significantly since the attacks, and few of those have time for shopping.
Alright. And the colony.
What can you tell me about Zoo's Hope?
A fascinating place by all accounts.
Really? Okay.
Though the Geth have made it treacherous.
How long have the Geth been
You
here?
might like it here too, if you gave it a chance, Commander. I never thought I'd stay in one place for long, but here? I will stay here.
It's such an interesting thing, especially for like a Solarian to say something like, I'll be here for a while. The reason being that since Solarians only live for like 30 years, staying here for long, what does that really mean, right? Like, is that like 5 years?
This place is barely holding together. Why stay here?
I can't give you an answer to that, Commander. At least not one that you would comprehend. Why not try asking Phi Dan? Maybe he can tell you what I can't.
Alright. Alright, we got more tea. We're good to go. Let's take a look at what we have to
Let me see what you have.
Of course. I may be able to provide a few interesting items.
Oh, you don't say. The Tornado 10, the Thunder 10, the Stiletto 10. The Equalizer 9. Oh, license. I will buy that. We've got enough money to buy everything he has in stock. Or not. Jeez, this is expensive. A heavy shotgun. Heavy standard rifle. Turian make. Compare these. Not impressed. My goodness, the accuracy rating is so bad on this assault rifle, jeez. The stiletto heatsinks. The heatsink capacity is pretty amazing. Damage and accuracy, it's okay. I still really like the Karpov. The Equalizer is worse than the Punisher. Okay. Stiletto tornado. Okay, he's got nothing I want. We'll buy the license at the very least. We'll do that. Solarians live to 40 or 45 human years. Okay, thank you. Missed that. Cool. Yes, the sudden racist dialogue options. Yeah, it's just out of nowhere, right? Let's see. Honestly, Ferengi in the Next Generation, they should have been like some new. Oh no, yeah, and TNG, yeah. So for Star Trek: The Next Generation, when it came to the introduction of the Ferengi, they were gonna be like the new Klingons or Romulans, right? Like that was what they were supposed to be, and they did not fill that role at all. They ended up being introduced in such a goofy and ridiculous way. They were introduced as like, I mean, for lack of a better way to describe it, hairless apes. Like, that's the way they were essentially introduced. And so people never really took them as like a serious threat. And so, oh, the tea reveal, that's correct. What is the tea reveal? The tea, which I'm getting a refill of, is black tea. We're having black tea today. It only took 2 hours to get that as opposed to the normal 15 it's supposed to be. There you go, there's your points. There you go. Yeah, they just became comic relief. Like the Cardassians, they should have been Borg. Yeah, the Cardassians ended up being the big bads in, well, at least for a turn, right, for a bit. Most of Deep Space Nine. your milk. Oh no, your milk money. It's gone. You lost the bet. Oh no. You're loaded with money. Yeah, we've got a lot. It's true.
You're the commander of the ship that just landed.
Aye, we are.
Are you the captain of this freighter?
Not originally. The captain died in one of the Geth raids. I'm the last crew member. We shouldn't even be here. The Solarian merchant promised us a fortune. I wish... I suppose it could be worse.
Can it fly?
What's wrong with the ship? Isn't she space-worthy?
There's too much damage. Maybe if the Geth stopped attacking, I could fix her. Then again, if there were no Geth, I might just stay on a while.
Interesting. Okay.
What do you do here?
I'm just watching over the ship, making sure she doesn't get any worse. If nothing else, she's good for hiding in when those Geth come over the walls.
Okay.
It looks like you're monitoring something.
No, well, just ship diagnostics. It's nothing. I should get back to it, but Fidan, what's the report on? I should go.
Wait, what?
Maybe I can help you. What are you trying to diagnose?
No, thanks, really. Now, please, I need to get back to work. This work must be completed. This work must be completed.
I can't. Okay, alright. Alright. She won't talk to us. Suspicious. Very suspicious. Keeping up with the Cardassians. Gracious. Keeping up with the Spoonheads. Yeah. The Cardassians were portrayed very well. I actually liked the way that they were done. It was really good. Alright, so we've got a handful of places to go. So we can jump back to the Normandy if we want to swap out our troops, but I think we're fine. Real thing here is going down to the elevator or going down the stairs to the tunnel. So either way, we need to go the same direction. Nothing we can do about it. Alright, cool. So we picked up all the quests we can. And let's head on over. So the elevator is currently inactive, if memory serves. Oh! Never mind. So we have the Skyway. Let's take a look here. So we have Geth in the tunnels, we have the vermin meat, we have the water restoration, and we have power cells. Power cells in the ruins. We have in the tunnel beneath. Supplement rations, so they can be hunted safely until you remove the dangers. Okay, it's fine. And tunnels. Tunnel, 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 and tunnel. Okay, it's all about tunnels. Let's go upstairs. Let's see what's up here. The Dominion War was cool. Captain Sisko was so good. It was just amazing. Really well done. Oh, we got the Mako. Oh!
They'll be here any minute. I don't know how much more I can take.
Blam blam. Okay, so the Mako is here. So we will most assuredly do this last. Let's go back down. We will most definitely do this one last. Let's go back down. But yeah, no, there are definitely some really good clips from those shows. Loading. Right, what's down here? Down here brings us to the tunnels. That's what we want to go check out. Go back down those tunnels. We'll clear them out. We've got like 6 or... No, not 6. We've got 3 different quests that require us being downstairs. Geth in the tunnels, the meat situation, because it's not going to be in the Skyway. I'd be really surprised if it was. Although, technically, on the Skyway, it could be, I guess, as opposed to the tunnels. And then the water. Go scoping out down here. Let's see what we can find. Geth transmitter house right there. You know. Skyway and Mako lead to the second half of the Pharaohs. Okay, cool. We'll go check that one out later then. This is where we killed them and then we backtracked. There's a water valve. One thing you found really annoying about games with a bunch of different alien species alongside humans is that we're often either not allowed to be anything besides human, or if you are something other than human, then they're all fundamentally identical. Yep. That's what we like to call creativity. Being sarcastic, but still. Oh my goodness, yeah.
This valve looks like part of a large system. There are likely others we need to activate as well.
I mean, the thing is, in reality, right? Here's the thing about, is that in reality... Oh, those are the things. with the big old eyes. Right. So the thing is, in reality, no scopes. Whee! Look at that one go. Okay, the Baron falls down, riddled with slugs. This must be the alpha male. The pack leader is that it? The one that went flying was the alpha male? Wow, that was easy. But the thing about, like, in reality, if humanity got to this point, right, where we'd be, like, interacting with... Oh my goodness, we really didn't sell many, did we? We end up interacting with a whole bunch of other, like, alien sentient species and whatnot. Humanity would be scary. Humanity would be, like, terrifying. Because, like, we're actually quite scary if you sit down and think about it. Is there anything else up here for us, or I guess that was that. The rate at which we reproduce is already pretty terrifying in the first place. The length of time that we live is pretty good for the amount of because, like, if we went into overdrive, like each couple could have, you know, 3 to 5 kids, right? That is an exponential growth that is scary to think about. When you could get that output of creatures done within a 5 to 10 year span, depending on the virulence of the two. Or the fecundity, I guess would be a better term, depending on the fecundity of the two partners. There are 2 types of alpha Varan rooms. Ah, okay, we'll get the second alpha Varan room. I think this is the Geth, though. Yeah, Geth base. But yeah, the fecundity of humanity is scary enough as is with the intellect that we have. So, you know, in many cases, in like sci-fi stuff, hello? Oh, I whiffed it. Oh, I killed them both with one shot. That was pretty cool. Didn't see that coming. Did he just shoot through the ceiling there? Yeah, he shot right through. Huh. Or the ceiling, door. But the thing is that, like, in most sci-fi things, it's like humanity is like the underdogs. Humanity is weaker than the other sentient races that they interact with. It's like, I mean, yeah, but no. We'd be very scary. We'd be a very terrifying species for others to have to deal with. You believe the power cell being in it? Oh, you think I skipped the power cell? Why is there a Krogan warrior here? Why are my friends not here either? Oh, for goodness sakes. Okay. Alright, they're not going anywhere. Well, that's fine. I can solo it. Was there a power cell up here that I missed? Maybe there's one in the truck? Ah. Thank you. This old disabled vehicle has was more willing to part with its still-functioning power cell than one would expect. Nice. Thank you. Yeah, yep, he was way off. Yeah. Reading what he pretends was written is part of his charm. Ouch. But you're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're absolutely right on that one. The number of times I read something and I'm like, I skip half of the content of what you're saying, and I take half of what you say, and I take half of what I think, and I mash them together, and I'm like, I know what's going on. Just giving her power cells away to anyone? Really, though, it does seem like it. Humans have the determination to be the best no matter what. Yeah, and it's a scary level of determination and like need and drive if you think about it. It's actually kind of terrifying. Like,
remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
Very true. But I think we can do it. I mean, granted, I did take a bit of shield damage there. I think we can get it done. I don't know why there's so many Krogan though. That's what's really weird and making me scratch my head. I don't understand. Yeah, this is a Geth base, but there's only Krogan here. Fusion explosive, that's cool. So I guess they paid the Krogan? Shredder rounds. Probably upgrade the shredder rounds in our pistol real quick. Pistol. Tungsten. Tungsten synthetic. Oh, that's right. Shredder rounds is on our shotgun. We can get high explosives on the shotgun too, though. Oh, I like this idea. 2 explosives on the shotgun. Gotta try this out. Gotta try this out. Okay, shotgun. Whoa. X marks the spot. Nice. Once we find aliens, it'll unify us. Saying us versus them. Even if they're not hostile. 100%. And I know I've said that a few times in stream as well. The majority of humanity's issues will be solved by us finding another sentient species. Because suddenly cooperation will become fully available. Oh, we gotta back up and take a lot of damage here. Like, cooperation will become so easy once there's another them. Right? Once all of us is just all of humanity. Hey, this shotgun is not as... it's okay. I miss my sniper, though. I miss my close-range sniper. The shotgun's good, but... yeah, no, I agree. You're absolutely right on that one. And then 10 minutes later, it'll be us versus us again. Well, yeah, that's once we accidentally kill these sentient species through, like, poisoning their atmosphere or something. Or, like, there's a sentient species. We work with them for, like, 2-3 years. Humanity goes and gets itself sorted out. Like, and we accidentally end up killing them. And we're like, well,
keep looking.
It was your fault. It's like, that wasn't my fault. It was your fault. That form of humanity, it's all that one's fault. And then we go right back to our own throats. Yeah, it's just the way it is. It's the way we are. Can't change it. We can try and mitigate it, but can't change it. Can we go this way? Nah. I think this is locked off too. It's locked off. Hello all, why welcome back. How are you doing today? How are you doing today? So where are we in Mass Effect? We're still in Mass Effect 1. We are on the planet Feros. Yes. And we found Ian Newstead. Right, Ian, what on earth are you doing over here?
You don't want to go down there.
Who are you?
What are you doing down here?
Nothing I should be, and anything I shouldn't.
No! Okay.
That was a good one. Very intense.
You're a little strange. Were you okay?
What's the matter with you?
Just invoking the Master's whip helps remind me I'm still alive. You're here for the Geth, aren't you? You're not the only one interested in those things.
Wait, what?
Who else is looking for the Geth?
Not looking for. Looking to get rid of. They're a thorn in the side of the... Trying to get to the... Dying!
Let's leave him. There's nothing we can do for him.
Oh my goodness, kill him.
Is there anything I can do to help you? Do you even want help?
Help me? No. No one can help me now. I'd rather die fighting!
Fighting?
Fighting what?
Not that kind of fight. It's like running through a thorn bush. The more you struggle... Time's up. Company's coming. Ask Faidan. Ask him about the... Ah!
Look out!
Yeah, he does that and he stands just perfectly A-okay, no problems. Oh my goodness, the crotch shot. It was an accident, I'm sorry, but also he was flying spread-eagled. What am I gonna do? I think that's it down here. We cleared them out of the tunnels. Though we didn't get all of the valves, I don't think. There's gotta be another water valve over here somewhere, yeah? I only found 2. Can I talk to Ian again?
I won't do it. I won't.
Never mind.
I won't do it.
So I must have missed a valve somewhere. At least I think I did. Water restoration. You only got 2 or 3 valves. Still missing one. Hello, Fidan. Do you have a moment to talk about, Very much so. Very much so. Was the valve up here? I doubt it, but I mean, maybe? No. Where's that valve? We got the power cell. There's a 3rd valve we gotta find somewhere. I don't know where it is. Oh. No? Get? No? Okay. It wasn't down here. Right? This is clear. Clear valves. That's not awkward. The transmitter is still transmitting even though it blew up. Okay. Along the wall of the small tunnels, with the other 2. Because there's one here. There's one here. I still don't know where the 3rd is. Collapsed Skyway section. Take a look at there. Oh no, the Collapsed Skyway section is where the car was at. It can be a pain to find. Jeez. Okay. Oh! Rockets! What's up? Get him? Got him. Okay, so there's that one there. Was there one, like, over here? Like, right by the entrance that I missed? Yeah, there it is. Okay. I just went right past it due to combat. I missed it. Nice. Turning the last valve appears to have activated the system, Commander. Excellent. Thanks, Liara. Can't hear you because you need to raise your voice. You're literally on the other side of the tunnels. Hopefully we don't have to reload or anything to get that to work properly. We'll see. Is this a door? Well, we're on our own. The rest of our team will catch up, maybe. That's the end of the tunnels. So we took care of the hunting, we took care of the power cell, and we took care of the water. So we took care of all of that. Wow, that was easy. Where did... Oh, did they teleport back to us? Sort of. They're not following, but they're here at least. Skyway. Let's put this bad boy away. Just jump on over. Whoop. Okay. Gotta get around that corner first. Nice. Alright, Fidan. I've returned with great news for everyone. In your playthrough, you went through a very rough section. You're not happy? Oh, that's not good. Being human is more relatable than being an alien. True, which does make sense. If we're going to put a bunch of weird and different sapient species in our game, don't make me be a human. If you're not going to make me be a human, don't make it a purely cosmetic option. Yeah, I mean, like, I know why they do it. It makes a lot of sense as to why they do it. You get the same wireframes, right? You can do the same meshes. Makes it really easy for you to go ahead and have character like skins and whatnot. For Liara, for example, it's just human but blue and a different hairstyle, right? And then also for like all interactions with items and the like would be the same, so it also makes it easier for coding. Imagine having to do like if Mass Effect instead had it where you had a human, an Elcor, which are those like big gorilla guys, the huge guys with the monotone, a Volus, a Hanar, and a I don't know, it's another one we can think of. But at least those four, right? If we had those four, you would have to code in a different stance for each of them for having a weapon, right? Each one would have a different weapon holding stance. Each of them would have completely different armor sets. Each of them would have different interaction with walls and whatnot stuff. So you're just doing 4 times the amount of coding, right, and troubleshooting. And I think that's the main reason why, is it's just the accessibility to do so, because it's just so much that needs to get done. Elcor Shepherd would be awesome. Elcor Shepherd would be awesome. I agree. They're really cool. So I think that's the main reason why it is Oscar's. But that doesn't mean that we can't do that in non-video games. And I would like to see it in more non-video games, right? Because it's just the coding is the biggest issue. Like books, you can do it in books. You can do it in RPGs, like tabletop RPGs, pen and papers. You can do it in like anything that doesn't require the actual like coding of all of the assets, right? Any of the older versions of things, you can absolutely do it too, and I would really like to see that as well. Yeah, it just is the way it is, unfortunately. When humans see another considerable threat, Germany, World War I, the world will fight. Oh, and yeah. It's... I don't know, it depends. But the moment we can start placing, like, blame on others, it makes it easier. One of the problems that we have for humanity right now is a lot of our political... the best political move you can make is to scapegoat, right? Right? The best political move you can make is to scapegoat. It just is. Like, I will not argue that it is the best way to do it. If someone goes up to their political representative and is like, you didn't do this, and you promised you would when you were in office, and it's been 4 years and your term's almost up and you didn't do this. Instead of them being like, yeah, I didn't get around to it, sorry. They'll be like, well, these people got in my way. Deflect. It's the best thing to do. And by saying these people, this group, be angry at the others. I'm on your side, and I'm also angry at those people. Then as people band together to defend each other, you start getting groups like tribes, right? And then, exactly as you're saying, becomes a classic them versus us. And that's the problem that humanity has. We get over that, which we won't. We get over that, which we can't. Problem solved. Which is why it's the moment we find another sentient species that we can call them. We're good. We're good to go. It's amazing. With mocking sincerity, this store is my favorite on the Citadel. With true elation, let's get back on the Normandy. Oh, the Elcor is so good. That'd be amazing. They honestly remind me of HK-47. Weary, why do you care about me, Bags? Like, request. Master, may I annihilate the meat bags? It's like, oh my goodness. HK-47. Amazing. Love him. It's the best. He's so good. I do want to play Knights of the Old Republic on stream at some point. I never finished Knights of the Old Republic 2. I never finished it. And Knights of the Old Republic 1 I haven't played in a long, long time. But I really want to do that. HK-55 is the best in the Old Republic. HK-55 is in the, oh my goodness, hello and welcome, Raiders! Hello and welcome, Sir Squire. How are you guys doing today? How are you doing? How was gaming? What were you playing today? Anything new or a bit of the same old? Just strategizing here and there. HK-45 was in the Old Republic, the MMORPG, correct? Hearts of Iron? Nice. Who are you playing in Hearts of Iron? I really want to go back and play that because there's there's the new DLC that came out like 2-3 months ago that I want to play. You know the later game you find... In later games you find out the Elcor in Shakespeare. Yeah, in Shakespeare they did Hamlet. Actually that was brought up in Mass Effect 1. They brought that up in Mass Effect 1. Yes, the MMO. Yeah, I remember that one. I didn't play all the way through that because I just did beta testing for Old Republic. I only did beta testing, and I realized I was like, this isn't my type of game. So I continued to play others. But I did beta testing for it. I did it for that and for Rift and for... What's the other MMO I did? It was one that was being ported over to US. Arcage. I did beta testing for Arcage as well. It was fun. None of them really kind of ended up being my cup of tea in the end, but I will say they're all pretty good. I found a lot of holes in the ground. And a lot, and I mean a lot, of dialogue issues, as is my MO, as you guys see constantly here. As I fall through the ground, we have collision issues. You know, collision issues as in like terrain collision issues and player collision issues. Dialogue problems and text problems are the big things that I find. Gross Arcade. Because I was doing all these other betas, I was given the opportunity there for Arcade, so I did it. And it was fine. It was okay. I couldn't really, like, play on high graphics, though. I was playing on a laptop when I did that one. HK47, shall we find something to kill to cheer ourselves up? It's so good. So good. You're playing as the Precarian USSR? Ooh, okay. You just defeated the Axis, setting the stage for World War III? Excellent. That's awesome, Sir Squire. Nice. Well, let's go tell this guy we found food.
Hello again, Commander.
The alpha male has been murdered. You may hunt with impunity now.
I killed the big Varen. The rest are yours.
Excellent. I'll organize a hunt when the immediate threat of the Geth is gone.
Just pay up.
Fork over the reward so I can get back to more important things?
Of course. I don't want to delay you any more than I already have.
Thank you. Yay, we got Paragon and Renegade for that. Or Paragon's already as high as it's ever going to get. It doesn't matter anymore, so... We don't get any bonuses for being higher than 75%, so... Don't care if you get Renegade. You see your message was never read? Oh, man, how do I keep missing your messages there, Alstros? I can't believe it. Everything you mentioned is just different animations that could all be generalized into one system. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Exactly, yes. It's just the amount of time that it takes for developers to do all the animations and graphics, right? Because you're going to have to do, like, different armors and whatnot. You know, if they have, like, the Hanar we can't use the same armor set for the Hanar, for example. Slight modification for, like, the Elcor and Volus. It's just time, and the big issue is developers are not... Well, let's rephrase that. Most big game developers, like from AA titles and up, are not willing to put in the extra time for that, because that requires a lot of effort to put on there when they could have shipped it anyway. Yours to skip 2 about what humans will do to aliens. Did I really miss it? That was a long time ago then. I scroll up here. Tunnels. Wait, what? Carcinogen, where did you say that? Alpha Varen room. Cardassians. Wait, what? Carcinogen, I don't see it at all. Here we go. There are 4 things humans will do to aliens. Kill them, eat them, study them, and sleep with them. I want to put trade with them in there as an option, but otherwise, yeah, I agree. I absolutely agree. That makes sense to me. Yeah, that feels about right.
Nice work with those Geth. Glad you showed up. I still need the power cells for this generator, though.
I found these power cells in the tunnels. Are they what you're looking for?
I knew they'd turn up eventually. Here, Fidan gave me some requisition money. It's all yours.
Excellent.
Kick these power cells into place, I'll have this colony up and running in no time.
Money.
The water started running not long ago. Thanks to you, I assume. Now we just need to deal with the Geth and we can get back to growing this colony. Here, a few credits for your trouble.
We just need to deal with this Geth and then we can get it on and get busy. Growing this colony in the most natural way possible. I see what she's talking about. I'm picking up what she's putting down. Alright. Fidan, let's chat.
Commander, what can I do for you?
Strange behavior.
Some of the colonists are acting strange.
We're a close-knit group, Commander. Most of us have lost loved ones, friends.
These aren't trained soldiers. Nobody taught us how to deal with the horrors of war.
This is our home. We've watched the Geth slowly destroy everything that is important to us. Don't judge us too harshly.
Oh, I can't talk about that guy. Crazy. Okay, he's just crazy. All right, there you go. Yeah, it's just assets. Yeah, it's just assets, and it comes back to the thing that I always kind of bring up, is that I think it would be beneficial for AAA titles. And I know they're not going to listen to me on this one, but I honestly believe it would be beneficial for AAA titles to release a game, and once it's released, right, they go ahead and they release the game, and once they see the opinion of the players, they see how everyone interacts with it, how big of a scene it gets to and whatnot, so long as it succeeds the profit margin expectation that they had, not exceeds, but succeeds on it, it hits their target goal, right? To more than break even on the cost of the project. They then take a small portion of the original team that are really passionate about the project still, and let them continue to develop free updates to the game. The reason for this is this helps with getting a whole bunch of customer goodwill, which every single AAA title, every single AAA company could really use these days. I don't know of any AAA companies that have like really good customer will right now. If any of you guys know of one, let me know. I'm drawing a full blank. Like, just doing that, just putting like 3 to 10 guys on continuing to work on a game that was released, and let them work on it for 5 years, right? And just put out updates every couple of months, right? Bungie in Division 2? Or Destiny 2? Is Bungie doing well? Because I know Bungie got some flack back in the day, but are they in good graces again? I've not kept up with Bungie at all. Not since they stopped doing Halo. Not since 343 took over. So being as far as you are, who's your favorite companion so far? I'll be honest. I like Williams, because I like yelling at Williams. I like yelling at Williams. I think it's fun. And Liar's pretty cool. And Tally's pretty cool as well. Garrus is a little dull. I'll be honest. A little dull. Alenko is also dull, but that's his MO. That's what he's supposed to be. He's not supposed to be a super interesting character. I like Rex. Rex is great, but I don't think I need Rex on the team. So Ashley, the old space racist, yes, yeah, good old Williams, Ashley Williams, yeah. Well, it's because as I mentioned before, I enjoy yelling at her, just being like, Williams, stop it! What are you doing? You can't say that. I like that. I think that's fun. I enjoy it. This is more like an out of character thing, but like in character, no, definitely not her as top. That's for sure. Put her in the middle of the pack for interest. You once programmed a collision system that made it impossible to pass through walls and floors no matter how fast you were going, even at speeds that you can't actually be achieved in the game. I mean, that's awesome. That's awesome. I mean, the biggest issue is generally it's the way that the it's like meshing is generally the main issue for collision in games, is that you're able to undermesh yourself by wedging yourself between two different mesh layers. Like pushing yourself against a wall. It's like one of the most common things you can end up finding is bugs, especially in open world games. It's really hard for them to actually check all of them. The only reason why she's racist is because her grandpa lost in the first contact war. Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, and she has to make up for that dishonor. It's true. It's true. How's it going, Temporal Shrimp? How are you doing today?
I destroyed a Geth transmitter in the tunnels. It won't be a problem any longer.
Thank you, Commander. We're in your debt. You've taken a great weight off my shoulders. I just wish I had such good news for every problem.
Let's talk about Zeus, Hope, and Pharos in general.
Of course, Commander.
There's a guy living down in the tunnels. Is he one of yours?
That would be Ian. He's very sick.
No kidding. Yeah, what about it? Or I guess no kidding.
He seems to be more than just sick.
He hasn't been the same since the attack. We tried to help him, but he wouldn't listen to us. I can't help my people if they won't listen, Commander.
Don't you have medical supplies? Something to help him?
I wish it was that simple. Ian was a good man I'd like to have with us. Please, Commander. I'd prefer not to talk about it anymore.
Some of the colonists are
acting
acting
strange. I already
strange.
asked this one.
We've been over this, Commander.
There's nothing we can do for
the
Ian.
colonists are my concern. The Geth are yours.
Alright.
I'll talk to you when I learn more.
Good luck, Commander.
Alright, I guess we're out of here then. We're down to just the Geth incursions. Oh no, that's not the one we want. We need to go and figure out the Geth incursions, but we're back to get to the headquarters. Alright. To the elevator. Away we go. Did you know that Alenko and Williams are respectively at least the second and least, or are the least and second least popular companion in this game? Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, I wonder why. Oh yeah. Alenko is just a piece of white toast, and Williams is a racist piece of white toast. I absolutely understand the reason why the community is not a big fan of either of them. Also, and the reason why I say white toast is because they're human, and we're playing as a human, and we live as human every day, so they're like not interesting at all.
All right, heading for the Geth base.
It's more of the same thing.
Take it to him.
But also, they don't really like spice up much. Like if they were missing from the game, I don't think anyone would notice if you just removed them from the game. I don't think many people would actually notice. Like when it was originally released, when this game was originally released, if they just didn't have them there. What is this? Oh my goodness, carcinogen. Alright, if you say so. All toasters toast toast. Although that's not true. Well, I mean, it depends. All toasters toast toast if you retoast your toast.
What are they looking for? That's some kind of comm signal. It's too weak to pinpoint, but someone is definitely.
Right? Like you know that goodness. You know that old like gotcha question? What do you put in a toaster? Right? What do you put in a toaster? We all know what the answer to that is, right? When someone's like, "Oh, what do you put in a toaster?" and they like expect you to say toast, and the answer is actually a bagel. The thing is that answering with toast is technically not wrong, because
Commander, but I am still unable to pinpoint its origin.
Any sign of movement? Elizabeth could still be in there. It's only been a few days.
come on, radio chatter, I'm trying to talk here. Goodness. Because you could toast your toast, but find out that you can toast your bread, but find out the bread that turned into toast is not toasted enough, and thus you toast your toast to make even more toasted toast. Right? Right? Right. Makes sense. True, you do toast, or do you toast bread? Exactly. I do both. I toast toast, I toast bread, and I toast bagels. That's what I do. How's it going, Earth Daughter? Welcome. How are you doing today? Oh, jeez. Oh, Mako, please. Mako, let go. It's taking souvenirs with it. Forget the toast and go straight to fork. No, please don't do that. Don't do that. What did the fork ever do to you?
She's my daughter. I'll wait as long as I have to.
The bread mocked you, right? Like the bread was mocking you, hence the reason why we have to toast it. But the fork did nothing to you, and it's gonna fight back in self-defense. It's gonna. Oh, look at it! He arced right over us. That was excellent. The fork will fight back. Don't do that. You ate fry toast? Wait, Earth Daughter, like putting toast in a fryer? Like for fry bread? You ate fry bread? Like you put toast in a fryer, yeah? Like a deep fryer? Is that a thing? It's gotta be a thing. It's gotta be, right? Right? It has to be a thing. If something has been put in a... Oh, good gracious. Come on, Mako, I believe. If something...
Some kind of vehicle, not one of the Geth.
They've got us on visual. We must be close.
Shouldn't we be more concerned about the Geth?
I'm over here rolling my eyes. Like, oh, this is supposed to be like a really tense moment, and we're over here talking about toast. Oh my goodness, time to get to the Geth base and deal with all this extremely, like, intense stuff. But also, toast. Oh, these are people. What? What a save. It's a Native American bread. Fry bread. As in fried bread. As in, like, putting it on a pan and frying it? Is that what you're saying? Steal the Geth toaster tech? I know. Yeah, that's exactly it. I mean, honestly, all we have to do is just go capture a couple of Cylons and we'll be good to go. All the toast we ever need. Okay, yeah, so you put it on a pan. Interesting. What makes that different? Like, how's it different from tortillas? Like, because which is also a pan-fried toast or bread, if you think about it. Like, what type of grain is used in fry bread? Is there a specific type of grain, or is it just the style that it's made that makes it fry bread? I don't know. I'm curious.
That's close enough.
Relax, Jong. They're obviously not Geth.
Get back, Juliana. Who are you? What do you want?
Commander Shepard. I'm here to remove your Geth problem.
You see? You worry too much.
And you trust too easily, Juliana.
Good gracious.
I'm just glad to see a friendly face. I thought we were the only humans left on this planet.
That guy, Jong? Yeah, Jong, jeez, calm down, man. Holy moly.
Fidan and some of the members of Zoo's Hope are still alive.
I thought you said they were all dead.
I said they were probably all dead.
They're not dead, but the Geth have really pounded them.
We know what that's like. Those damn synthetics are relentless.
Oh, yeah.
I'll do whatever I can to keep them away from you. But I need some information.
What kind of information?
Ignore him. The Geth are up in the Exogeny headquarters, just a bit further along the Skyway.
Those headquarters are private property, soldier. Remove the Geth and nothing else.
Don't worry.
I'm not interested in your company's secrets.
Commander, before you go, my daughter, Lisbeth, she's missing.
They shouldn't waste time poking around. We can do a proper accounting of our casualties after the Geth are gone.
Good gracious.
That's my daughter you're talking about. She's still alive. I know it.
Where is she?
Where is your daughter, Juliana?
She was working in the Exogeny building when the attacks came.
Oh, yeah, there were several places she could hide. For a short time.
Good great. This guy! Holy moly. Jeez. Dismissive of life, I swear. What is this? You had to ask the chief for command mission to do that? Oh, really? Okay. Wow, okay. I understood. That's interesting. Oh, cool. Learn something new every day. So it's a guarded secret. That's very cool. It makes me very curious as to what it tastes like. That's really cool. Do you eat fried bread often? Yeah, we'll go find her. Don't worry.
If she's in there, I'll get her out.
Thank you, Commander. Thank you.
Also, good gracious, questions. Reason. Oh. Uh-oh. Something they were doing probably brought the Geth here. It's good? Oh, I imagine so. I mean, why else would you make it, right? Right? Ugh. You put taco stuff and everything you'd like to put down there, and then it's really good. Oh, okay, cool. So interesting. So you end up like essentially making a taco with fry bread. So you make taco like on the bread, but then you make the bread on a pan. So it's all like cooked together. Oh, that's really cool. I like that. Because then it would incorporate whatever you've got for the filling on top of it. I'm assuming it's like an open-faced thing. You think it's good that humanity lost the First Contact War? Because if we didn't, the other races would have viewed us as as a quickly growing threat. And considering species like the Krogan, considering species like the Krogan, they would have viewed us as a threat. That's a very good point. And therefore would have done future retaliatory action. That's a really good point. Since humanity lost the First Contact War, that makes a lot of sense, because otherwise we'd be this upstart, species that's coming out of nowhere, breeding like rabbits, since we breed faster than most of the other species, not the Krogan and not the Vorcha. But we still breed pretty darn fast. and spread a lot. So, yeah. I don't know. There's probably like there might be a facsimile recipe online, but not like not a true one. Never know. All right, so let's go on to let's talk about this facility first.
What was the building used for?
Oh, yeah, we repurposed that structure to serve as headquarters for Exogeny. That's mostly offices with a number of light-duty R&D labs.
Exogeny is a master at repurposing anything and everything.
The company has to make a profit somehow, Juliana. Feros is a long way from self-sufficient.
I don't like the way they're saying repurposing. All right, info?
Tell me about the colony.
We established ourselves here 4 years ago. Growth was steady until the attacks. Our biggest challenge has been the lack of resources. There's just so little here of value. Still, we were making a go of it. It was even starting to feel like home.
Technically, Solarians also breed very quickly. They just don't live long, so their numbers don't swell. True, very true. I assume like their the range at which they can actually reproduce is also shortened because of this, or maybe not. They might be able to reproduce all the way up into their early 40s, where they die from old age. But I imagine it's not the case. Well, humans didn't necessarily lose. Humans would have lost since the Turians were about to fully militarize for full-scale war, but the Asari and Solarians stopped them. Ah, okay. So they got to the point they're like, hey, there's no need for like true violence. We could probably talk to humanity. Makes sense.
What brought you here?
I guess I thought this would be the start of a new life. I wanted to go where I could feel like I was making a difference. Instead, everything we built is destroyed. It's very hard not to lose hope.
Where is your daughter, Juliana?
Somewhere at the Exogeny headquarters, I hope.
Okay, and the important one.
Do you know what the Geth are after?
I have no idea. We certainly haven't found anything of use. Something Exogeny is keen to remind us of.
We need to recoup our expenses. It's nothing personal.
Stay bunkered down until I find out what the Geth are after.
Of course. And please remember, if you see my daughter...
Alright.
How are we supposed to fight an enemy like this? Why build a colony if you don't intend to defend it?
Valid.
I hope you can get us out of this mess.
Yeah, I hope so too. What about you?
We ran when the attack hit.
That's a smart move, honestly.
Yeah, they could find it. No problem.
Right? Security?
In a few weeks, none of the colonists will remember this planet even exists.
These people had their shot. That's more than...
The frontier is a lot more dangerous than most people realize.
There's no one else to talk. Ah,
I was hoping you'd have a moment to speak with me. I've got a bit of a problem.
Sure, what's up?
What do you need?
I need to retrieve some data. It's not a big job, but it pays well.
Alright.
Sounds easy enough. What's the catch?
No catch, really. It's dangerous work, but not for someone like you.
Deadly for him, fine for us. What could be better?
Exactly, Williams.
It's not that bad, really. All you need to do is find my console at Exogeny headquarters and drop the data onto this OSD. It's that simple.
Sounds fishy, I'll be honest. It says there is a recipe online? Excellent. Alright, well, I'll have to take a look into it then. I'll have to take a look. The humans call the first contact war with the Turians. They call it the Relay 314 incident. How long did the first contact war last? I guess this is an important question. When humans first ran into sentient species. How long did that last?
I'll look around if I get the chance.
I appreciate it. That data could be worth a lot of money. Of course, this all depends on getting out of here alive.
That makes a lot of sense to me.
Why work in the middle of nowhere if your skills are so useful?
Maybe I've got a bit of the frontier spirit in me. That, and the alternative is a bit too secure for my liking. Freelancers don't have to worry about security as much, so long as we keep a low profile.
Tell me about the data I'm getting for you.
Plans for a few prototype mods? I'm a freelancer. Some of my mods are highly sought after.
I see.
Time to get moving.
Alright.
Just keep in mind what I said.
Cool. Alright, just gotta get on Mako and keep on rolling, I guess. I don't know. You can't remember? It wasn't too long, you don't think? It couldn't have been more than like a 1-year cycle, right? Because the Turians weren't fully militarized at the moment, right? But yeah, just take a look. Perfect. Can do. I'm curious if it's if fry bread is a one tribe specific thing. Is it just a Cherokee kind of recipe, or were there other Native American tribes that also made such a thing? Because I do have family members that spent a couple of years over on the Navajo reservation, so it's quite possible they might actually already know. Jeez, it's a lot of firing coming in from over there. So there's a possibility some of my family members already know. So, don't know. Get the armature down. There we go. Hey, we got a level out of it. Excellent. Other Native American tribes use it? Okay, cool. So then...
You owe us for this. The Skyway is crawling with Geth.
I'll have to look into it.
Package is secured. We're leaving now.
What's down here? Is this something I can do? Yeah, there's like an inner tunnel. Oh, jeez, my face. Oh. What's down here? Oh, upgrade kit. Uh-oh. I don't have a lot of slots left. We're still gonna run into problems here in a bit. And I didn't sell anything. Oh, that was just it. Okay, so those are the enemies that were hidden underneath that I was seeing. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, so I'll go ask family members first to see if, A, they know, B, if so, if I've ever had it. And then C, then I'll go check online.
Wait! Shut down the comm! We've got incoming Geth! Damn it! Shut down the comm!
I think all these guys are hidden inside. Oh, no, we can't get through this door. It's not a door. The Skyway got absolutely just annihilated over here. Yeah, there's a way in from here. Someone died. Am I gonna get sandwiched here? No. Okay, good. That's a trooper, but I can go down? It's a lower... Oh, there's a lower floor here. He's dead. Kill him out. The next one. Come on. Quick scope him. Oh. There we go. Is that where the stairs are? Excellent. I whipped it. Right in the knee. Is there anything, like, useful down here? Anything we want to pick up? Crate? Behind a crate? A stiletto and a striker and a reaper. I thought it was 2 stilettos, but not quite. Just scrap some of this trash. You already have more money than you need. Actually, that's really true. I should probably just start scrapping them. You've made jewelry and others? Oh, that's really cool. Is there a particular, like, type of jewelry you prefer crafting? Is it, like, necklaces, bracelets, brooches? Like, is there a... Who's shooting, by the way? Someone in that building is shooting at that building. Okay. Is there, like, a particular type? Because I know some people prefer focusing on certain aspects of them as opposed to, like, all of them, right? When it comes to any kind of craft, there's always, like, a preference. Good gracious, look at all the rockets. Alright, Armature, don't make me sit on you. I'll do it. I'm gonna sit on him. Just run him over real quick. There we go. Nice. Earrings, necklaces, and bracelets. Ah, cool. It's very cool. You know, we do a bunch of, on the Discord, we do passion projects and the like. I've got a passion project section in the Discord where people show off, like, whatever they're working on. So people are doing work on miniatures, others are working on paintings or are doing, like, digital art photos. So if you ever feel like showing it off and getting some feedback from it, Feel free to join the Discord. We're always chatting over there.
The Geth don't need much of an information out of then, do they?
They want something here. Why else would they bother with all this?
Got him. Who else is over here? I feel like I'm supposed to get out of the Mako here and do this manually. You guys gonna follow or... No, okay. Game's bugged. Excellent, that's fine. Sort it out. It's okay, I don't need the team. We can do it on our own. It's fine, we're playing on hard difficulty. We can sort it out. We're fine. Never did create those maps you said you were gonna make. Oh, Percentage, you didn't make those maps? We gotta see them. You've got time. There's no rush. Whenever you get some free time, go ahead and make some maps. Put them up in Discord and we'll chat about them. Alright, is anything else down here? It doesn't look like there are any crates or anything. It's just a bunch of debris. Nothing but... Hey, Newton Meter. Welcome. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. Hopefully you're doing well today. We're all jammed up, so I have no idea where the guy is. I might actually have to go and get the sensor thing. Just make sure we're not... Nah, we're not missing anyone. Cool. It's just once we get into the next region, see him. Oh, now...
Ain't getting through this with the gear we have. Has to be another way in.
What is this? Free time? What is that? That's a good point. Free time? What do you mean? That time that it's that time that you always schedule a bunch of brand new stuff into so that you don't have it anymore. That's what it is. It's that time in which you're constantly able to book stuff into, so you're always busy. Oh, you put it on Instagram. Nice. You're working on right now over there on it? Nice, cool. What type of jewelry are you currently working on? We're getting real close. Energized plating, a scram rail. Let me look at that scram rail. That sounds really good. Okay. Alright. We'll reduce this one. Inferno, we'll keep tungsten, we'll reduce. Exoskeleton, we only need one, it's fine. The combat exoskeleton I only ever want on Rex. I don't need for anyone else. Drop that one. Shield, interface, coil, medical exoskeleton can be dropped. Medical exoskeleton, oh, tier 10 now, I'll keep that. Snowblind rounds. Reduce that. Inferno, shield interface. Snowblind rounds we're not going to need. I can drop those. We have 2 Inferno rounds in this grouping, so we can drop one at least. We can drop the basic shield interface, because we have the X. How many more do I have to sell? Plasma rifle, I want to play with that. That's the Geth Armory. The Inferno rounds 8 we can draw. Plasma rifle, exoskeleton. I guess I have to go drop the sledgehammer. Really don't want to drop the kinetic coil. I do want that. 2 kinetic coil 9s. I think we have 2 of them, but I do want them. I have to drop one. Oh no, maybe I can't take any of this with me. We'll drop the plasma rifle next. And now I can take the rest. That plasma rifle would have been a 1-step upgrade to the one that we're currently using, but that's fine. Let's go down this line here. Sniper rifle, scram rail. That's what I'm currently using. But there is a new scram rail. Yeah, scram rail 9. That bad boy on there. And we'll go to the pistol. In the pistol we have a rail extension. Now we can get a scram rail 8. And this is a rail extension 7. So it is better. And then heat dissipation. We can swap out our stabilizer for kinetic coil. Frictionless. Kinetic coil's good. Okay. Ah, perfect. We'll just have to start scrapping out of this stuff. Hello! Go quickly. Shepard, run! Don't don't put your back against that wall. It's a bad wall to put your back against. All right. Blow that up. Blow that up. Go into assassination mode. Deal with the heat. Hold on. We're just gonna... There we go. Sorted. Inventory. We just picked up a new item. Nice. Sorted. Simple. There we go. This one's not Jordan. It's for Anne. She does Sage, and you do stick for Sage. Oh, cool. Okay, so it's like an ornate bundling of Sage or something. Also, I just went through there and did that, and that doesn't let us get into here yet. There's gotta be another way in. Maybe if we move over to this side. No, this is the way in. New equipment, exoskeleton. Yeah, we can reduce that one to Metagel. It's fine. All right, let's take a look at our stuff here. I need to drop stuff. Assault rifles, shotguns. Okay, I have a lot of shotguns. Excellent. If I hit enter, does that do it? Yeah. Oh. I didn't want that to be my new weapon. Go ahead and put that back in. And give me... What are we using on here? Freaking frictionless? Shotgun like crazy? Stability? Accuracy? Friction. Why not? We really should do barrel, right? Rail extension. It's a lot more damage. That's fine. Keep dropping these shotguns. No. We want to Omnigel. Omnigel. What? Oh, I did switch to the Hurricane again. For goodness sakes. Stop doing it. Swap back to this gun. Okay. Hurricane. Yep. Hurricane. Yep. Hurricane. Yep. Or not Hurricane. Scimitar. Katana. Hurricanes. Get rid of all the tier 7s and down. Pistols probably have a lot of 2. Oh my gosh, look at all the strikers. Jeez. What do we actually use this Metagel for? Is there anything actually useful for the Metagel other than bypassing the hacking game? We can just use Metagel for that and repairing the vehicle. I think that's like all it's used for, right? Oh, I got 315 now. Not really. That's it? Oh man. Good thing Geth armatures are really stupid apparently. Yeah, it's true. Not Metagel? Yes, it was Omnigel, you're right. Right, so we have to get through here a different way. Ah, looks like we can actually go this way. I did not see that at all. No, that brings us back to this room. No, I didn't see that. Upper level. The approach. Drop down. Oh, it's a drop down.
One-way drop, Commander.
That makes sense. We're just keeping holding on to it with our heels. Our heels of steels. Inventory management, it will always come to haunt you if you ignore it for too long. It's true. I mean, the thing is, there's going to be inventory management whenever I'm playing a game, no matter what, right? Like, we know that if I'm going to play a game, there's always going to be... Oh, hello. There'll always be inventory management.
Damn it! I'm so sorry. I thought you were Geth. Or one of those Varen.
Come on now.
You're safe now. But why were you here in the first place?
It's my own fault. Everyone else was running, and I stayed to back up data. Next thing I knew, the Geth ship latched on, and the power went out. I was trapped. I tried to get out, but the way was blocked.
Don't worry, we got you.
We'll get you out, as soon as we find out what the Geth are after.
It's not the Geth, it's the energy field they put up.
What?
They don't want anyone else getting access to the...
Yes?
I'm here for the Geth. It's very important I find out what they're after.
I don't know for certain, but I'm guessing they're here for the Thorian.
What?
Thorian? I have never heard of such a thing.
It's an indigenous life form. ExoGenny was studying it.
Go on.
What else can you tell me? Do you know where I can find this Thorian?
I might be able to, but not with those Geth crawling around everywhere. Look, we need to get out of here, past that field.
Okay.
Do you know how we can shut it down?
No, not exactly. But I think the Geth ship is powering it.
Alright.
I've noticed the Geth laying power cables everywhere. You can follow those cables, but there's Geth all over the place.
Alright, let's talk about the Geth attack.
Why do you think the Geth would be interested in the Thorian?
It's just a plant. I don't know why the Geth would care. ExoGeni was studying it, but I don't think they found anything special.
Or they just didn't tell you.
Tell me what you know about the Thorian.
I really don't know that much about it. I think it's some kind of plant being. I know it's very old. Thousands of years even.
Really? Okay.
Tell me about yourself.
I'm just a research assistant for ExoGeni. I came here with my mother. I don't even know if she made it out alive.
She did.
She's with some others from the colony. She's safe for now.
She's alive? Oh, thank God. I thought I was the only one left. Please, Commander, just get that field down so I can see my mother again.
Yeah, we're on it.
You stay put. I'll go open some doors.
Oh, here, take my ID. This should get you past any locked doors. Good luck with that field.
Oh, that would have been so good. Oh, we got combat immediately. That would have been so good if Commander Shepard's like, you stay here, I'm gonna open up some doors, and he like pulls out an RPG. I'm gonna open up some doors. Or like pulls out a grenade, maybe. Since you can't have an RPG in this game. Where can we go here? We can jump over here for the main level. That's actually the only direction. Well, that works. She had a decent hidey hole over there by some fire. Well, our team's only going to be useful whenever they get teleported to us. So, they're bugged out. So it goes.
Stupid machine! Access encrypted files!
Access denied.
No, I don't want to review protocol.
Protocol is required for access.
I am unable to comply. Please contact your supervisor.
Damn it! Tell me what I want or I'll blast your virtual ass into actual dust!
This explains the Krogan.
Please contact your supervisor for a level 4 security exemption or make an appointment with...
Stupid machine!
If there is nothing else, please step aside. There is a queue forming behind you for the use of this console.
Oh, no, that's really interesting. He's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, by the way, 2-shot, no scope, straight to the head both
ExoGeni
times.
Corporation reminds all staff that the discharging of weapons while on company property is strictly forbidden. Welcome back, Research Assistant Elizabeth Bainham. What can I do for you?
How do you know I'm Lisbeth?
Your access card identifies you as Elizabeth Bainham. Is there something you require, Dr. Bainham?
Yeah.
What information was the last user attempting to access?
Fetching data. The previous user was attempting to access details on the study of subject species 37, the Thorian.
Go on.
Tell me everything you told the Krogan.
I was unable to provide the previous user with any relevant data. Aside from lacking proper access, there has been no new data available on Species 37. All sensors monitoring the observation post at Zoo's Hope have been inactive for several cycles.
Wait, what?
What does Zoo's Hope have to do with the Thorian?
Species 37 is located within the substructure of the Zoo's Hope outpost.
Okay, so that explains why they're constantly attacking the outpost then. What?
Tell me everything you know about the Thorian.
The Thorian is a simple plant life form that exhibits a sentient behavior uncommon with other flora. Through dispersion and the eventual inhalation of spores, it can affect and control other organisms, including humans.
Makes sense.
The Zoo's Hope control group has yielded interesting results. Before sensors went offline, almost 85% of
That's
all
what I was thinking. That's, oh my goodness, that's exactly what it is. Also, Earth Thunder, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. It's been good having you here. That makes sense. So the guy that was going crazy, right? So the colony here is the test subjects, Before sensors went offline, almost 85% of all test subjects were infected. So they're all slowly being infected by this plant.
Are you saying ExoGeni knew its people were getting infected?
It was deemed necessary to assess the true potential of Species 37.
That explains their strange behavior.
Yep.
We should warn Joker.
Wait, why are we... it can't hurt? Yeah.
Joker. Come in, Joker. Damn it, that field's blocking us.
So
we
angry.
must find a way around the field. We must get back to Zoo's Hope.
I agree.
BI, what can you tell me about the Geth ship and the field it's generating?
I have limited data on the Geth. They have effectively blocked all sensors within the facility. I have detected unusual power fluctuations, but am unable to determine the source.
All right, questions. Talk about me.
Please access my personal files.
Elizabeth Bainham, Research Assistant, Biomedical Division, Security Level 4 exemption. You are currently under probation due to disagreements with management over established company policy. These sanctions may be lifted if your next evaluation is more agreeable.
Why did I get in trouble?
What triggered the probation?
You were marked as combative about the operations of the Zoo's Hope project, specifically regarding the handling of the infected colonists.
Okay, good.
As a result, you were tasked with monitoring the safety of the colonists for the duration of the observation.
Okay. What about the company?
I want to know about ExoGeni Corporation.
ExoGeni Corporation is at the forefront of human expansion in the new galactic economy, funding colonial development and securing resource rights to ensure our progress as a species. Further inquiries regarding company policy may be directed to Consumer Information Services during regular business hours.
Who's in charge?
Who's in charge here? Who organized the research?
All decisions about local resource analysis and acquisition are made by on-site management, deferring to the board of directors only when seasonal quotas are missed or exceeded. Individual employee records are confidential.
Okay.
Tell me about the thorium.
Species 37 was discovered several weeks ago when a small team was infected with spores while examining ruins near the Zoo's Hope outpost. The outpost was quarantined immediately, and study of the infection began. Within 21 days, 58% of colonists exhibited altered behavior. Within 28 days, 85%.
Wait. So within 28 days of this outbreak occurring, 85% has been infected. That's now. Right at the beginning of the Geth attack. Because they had mentioned before that 85% of the populace had been infected prior to the loss of sensors, which the sensors all went down when the Geth attacked. Okay, interesting. So it's been not quite a month, but almost. How does it control people? Where can I find it? How big is it? How smart is it?
Is it intelligent? Can I reason with it?
The thorium does not exhibit the focused behavior of a predator. The release of spores is an act of survival, not aggression. It does trigger advanced behaviors in the humans it enslaves, but we have yet to discover whether it recognizes or is capable of recognizing humans as more than tools. It is sufficiently alien as to defy classification at this time.
What's the size of this thing?
The thorium appears to be a diffused creature. Its cognitive abilities are centered in large nerve bundles, but it receives data from kilometers of meandering tendrils. We have discovered bundles approximately 1 meter in diameter, but these seem insufficient to coordinate the massive sensory potential it possesses. It may simply process such stimulation slowly, or perhaps there is a nerve cluster of a greater magnitude we have not yet encountered.
And the Geth real quick?
What do you know about the Geth?
I have no specifics on the Geth as they relate to this facility. All sensors have been purposely decommissioned since their arrival.
Alright, let's circle back to the thorium.
Tell me about the thorium.
Species 37 was discovered several weeks. The outpost within 21
skip.
days, 58%.
Where can I find it and how does it control? Yeah, how does it control
Within
people?
28 days, 85%.
Do you know how the creature controls its slaves?
The will subversion manifests as intense pain if directives are ignored. The effect is severe enough that subjects are soon conditioned against even minor thoughts of rebellion. Observation suggests the Thorian views its thralls in a utilitarian way. Care is apparently taken to avoid injuring them, much as a craftsman avoids damaging his tools. As long as no action is taken against the creature's objectives, the subjects are free to pantomime a normal existence until specifically tasked with something.
Interesting. That's very interesting. So it's controlling all these humans to do things, and thus, like, what it means is that the issues of the water, the food, and the power, the water might not have been much of a human issue, more as it was a Thorian issue in which there wasn't a lot of water and it needs more water, or the Thorians being attacked by the I said the Thorian issue, but the Varen issue, in which those things might have been eating or using its body for things. It didn't like that, so it wanted them hunted or something. And the power is power. I don't know if that might just be colony specific. But the lady who was working on the water, for example, was saying that it sounded like it was a coping mechanism, but might not have been a coping mechanism from the attacks, but rather was a directive given to her by the Thorian to ensure that it was getting watered.
Where's the center of this thing?
The Thorian is present as a weave of tendrils across much of the lower surface of Pharos. Observation of enslaved subjects suggests there may be key clusters that are tended by thralls. Unfortunately, direct observation of species 37 is limited, or non-existent.
Okay, so I'm gonna say the lady that was doing the water, the guy that went crazy, and the lady who's monitoring the freighter are the main people we want to take a look at and watch.
That's enough for now.
Going to standby mode.
Those are the ones I would watch, because those are the ones that have potentially been given a directive. All right, where are we? We are here. Ah, I see. Okay. Back up above. No, it's supposed to be like a doorway or something, but it kind of looks like a fireplace. Oh, shock troopers, you say? What are they doing? They're like hunched over. Weird. You think all of those tasks were just for colony survival? The AI said Thorian tasks takes care of its tools. That is a very good point. That is a very good point to push. It could be that the Thorians still forced them to do those actions, but the actions were done in accordance of ensuring survival of their tools. Bam. Oh.
It appears the Geth are using these claws to anchor their ship to the side of the building.
Subtle as a boot to the face. How do we cut the power if it's coming from the ship?
Perhaps it can be dislodged. One of the other claws may have a weakness we have yet to detect.
What is this glowing orb, by the way?
This structure seems to have significance for the Geth. Is it possible they set up this room to serve as a sacred temple of sorts?
Hey, if they're looking for God, I'd be happy to speed them on their way.
Nice, Williams. Alright. More items. The Warlord 9. Oh my goodness. Give that to Rex.
This structure seems to have significance.
Nothing else is of
for the
importance,
Geth.
okay.
Is it possible they set up this room to serve as a sacred temple of sorts?
Hey, if they're looking for God, I'd be happy to speed them on
Got
their way.
down here. Burnt corpses. Okay, on par, on par. Personally, if you're allowed to play as an alien species, you want to actually be alien, not just funky looking people. So like, not just like a couple extra limbs or like a weird, like weird head antenna or anything. But you're talking about like truly alien. Oh jeez. He's being creepy and just sliding on the ground. He had to die. That was creepy. But you're talking about like fundamentally different, like being a plant species or something, for example. Oh my goodness, Shepard, please. He's like, that's too far to turn around. I can't turn around that far. Oh, the team's here. Every time I was getting close to looking at this guy's head here, it made me zoom out. Ah, nice. We're on the other side of the field now. This shield. Nice. You want to be a giant floating log with telekinetic powers as an alien? So essentially what you're telling me is you want to be just like a weaker version of a I just blanked out what they're called. It's not an observer. What is the blob? Not a blog. Blob. What is the oh man. I can't believe I forgot about it. In Dungeons & Dragons, what is the creature that has multiple eyes? One big eye in the center and a bunch of eye tentacles, but it's just a floating head. What is it called? Completely blanked on it. I don't know what it is. I'd have to go and try and look it up. A beholder. Thank you. Thank you. So you just want to be like a two-stalked beholder. One who's got like a main laser with his main eye, telekinesis with another one, and his other stalk, like one stalk is telekinesis, another stalk is something, and his main eye is something. Hello. This is almost enough to kill him. Almost. Oh, get the shields up. Shields up. That's close. Luckily we have the little shield up ability. He put his immunity power on. He did not explode from my my damping. That didn't happen at all. Take care of. Med-gel up. Secure storage lockers. This must have been their barracks. There's a whole bunch of beds here. After a few seconds of downloading, you secure Gavin Hollis' design data. Excellent. That one's done. What else we got in here? Brand new goodies. The Volkov 9. And the Kovalyov 9 as well. Which I think... Frictionless materials and optics. Combat optics. Boring. But... I didn't get one here. This one. Slightly less damage. Nah, the accuracy's so much lower. Krogan are scary up close? Oh yeah, once they get up close, if you're in combat with a Krogan and they get within, you know, like arm's reach, I'm not happy. Very much not a happy camper at that point. So you know they're just going to, like, lightly tap you on the shoulder and your entire head's going to explode. So that's interesting. There's, you can see on the right-hand side here, there's hazard level 3 of me going into the fire. Cool. Didn't think that was a thing. Is there a faster way back from here, or no? What's this door here? Is there a button? Oh no, there's a... Wait, no, there's another entrance. Gotta go this way. Down is blocked, up it is. Alright, our troops are actually following, or at least Liara is, which is good enough. Williams can, I don't know, she can just cover our backs. Override. Oh. Nope. Strikers. So that blockage occurred. Let's jump around here. Oh! Oh! Holy moly, it's... Oh, there's a sniper above me! Hello. Ba-bam. You were once one shot with your engineer shepherd from a melee hit from those guys. Yeah, I absolutely believe it. I do not doubt you. Oh, that's who hit me. Was the, oh, jeez. Jumping boy. That's what hit me last time. Okay. Now I can move off. I was like, how is there someone above and behind me? Now it makes sense. Hold that up over here. He just taps the top of his head. Bam! The guy's like, oh no, we're getting shot, and stands up. Bam! Sit down. You don't stand a chance. Terminal. Hack the up. Quite work. There we go. Confidential. The test samples were due to arrive 3 days ago, but we haven't heard anything from the colony or the cargo vessel. We suspect the samples became volatile and recommended cutting off all further contact with the Nodacrux colony. Even if the colony is discovered, no one should be able to trace the events back to us. Ooh. Well, they can now. Save a copy of this. Are we supposed to be able to get up there, or? Ah, yes, the stairs behind us. Ah, old stairs.
Just like the other one. We don't have the teeth to tear this out. Keep looking.
Oh? Who's that guy? Who's that guy? Shock trooper? Or? Shock trooper, something special. Oh, big whiffs. Ghost. It's fine.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
Oh, I missed. Come on. Oh my goodness, I missed again. Come on. Here we go. 1, 2. Oh jeez, this destroyer. 3, 4. Where's this last one? Oh, the whiffs. I love how he's like, I've got cover. No, you don't. Nice. Sorted. Done. Solved. Emotional damage. Psychic damage is pretty painful, yeah. Real. That's why bards have, oh, harpoons. Nice. Have mocking blow, right? Emotional damage. What do we have here? Okay, so server node and shuttle bay doors, and then further exploring out, it looks like. What is this, Elstrus? Like Avali, for example, they're small and raptor-like with wings, weakly capable of flights. Who are these from? While they have very large eyes, their eyesight is very poor and unable to adapt to changing light conditions. Instead, they primarily use their 4 long ears to navigate, capable of exceptionally accurate passive sonar. Huh. Cool. But what genre is that from? Or what universe is that from? Is there like a... get in there and have a good shot. Private log of Dr. Gamerol. I don't trust this Cerberus group. Oh, the plot thickens. They may pay us well, but if this gets out before we've developed an antidote, it's just not smart. They won't tell us what they want the samples for, or why they want them delivered to the Metano system. My records show nothing of interest out there. I think we already took them out over there, though. But interesting. Activate the shuttle. The creator of the species initially came up with the idea and tried making them in Spore. Oh, cool. How'd it go? Did he actually do it? I remember Spore when it first came out. It was like super cool, and then wasn't. Because for Spore, like, if memory serves, like, Spore was great until you hit the space age, and it's like, eh. It's just a really bad space sim. Like, honestly. But, you know, feature creep in different sections. But, like, the early level was cool. You find a repair ticket attached to the console. The damn door on the shuttle bay is fried again. Works fine if the PSI is 30 or lower, and the safety shutoff kicks in if the PSI gets above 34. But if the PSI is in the 31 to 34 zone, the door slams down with enough power to shear through a metal I-beam. Somebody fix this before one of my my team loses an arm on that thing. Well, works for me. Alright, what are we playing with? Oh, I see. Don't work. Pressure is normal. We need 34? 31 to 34 PSI. 13, 17, 30. 5, too far. 11, 11, 7, 18. 11, 7, 18. Yeah. 11, 13, 7. Smack. Nice. Oh. Well, that's unfortunate. And?
That's the way. Doors will be open now. We can go deal with that Thorian thing.
Nice.
Damn. I'd like to have seen the face on their pilot when that thing toppled.
I repeat, Normandy to shore party. Are you reading? Anyone there? Normandy to shore party. Come on, Commander. Talk to me.
Joker?
Is that you, Joker? What's going on over there?
We're in lockdown here, Commander. Something happened to the colonists. They're banging on the hull, trying to claw their way inside the ship. They're freaking out.
Don't panic, we're on it.
They can't do any real damage. We're on our way back. Just hold your position.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll just wait right here for you, Commander.
Alright, stay close, guys.
This place will be crawling with Geth in a minute. Keep together and we'll get out of here in one piece.
Let's do this thing. But yeah, no, luckily that was a really easy puzzle. No real struggle on that one. Just a little bit of quick old math. Is there a quick way out of here? Nah. Actually, it looks like there might have been another door over here. Am I crazy? There was. And this gives us a drop down to... Oh, hello. Doesn't look like a drop from here. It's just a quick little, the Predator LX. Turian armor. Well, Garrus, looks like we found something nice for you. Yeah, we can't jump down there. It's just a little bit of loot and nothing else. Alright, time to backtrack. Let's go, Shepard. Come on, Liara. Let's go, Williams. Don't slow me down. We gotta get going. Come on now. Let's go here. Down. Was there anything? No, there wasn't anything there. Go down. Oh my goodness, hello. Teleporting right next to us. Alright, I see how it is. Have us do all the heavy lifting with our legs. They're just gonna stand there, ready for action. As long as they show up when we need them, we'll be fine. This should get us up and out from here. Oh wait, it's the Krogan base. It's the wrong way. Yeah. Nope, wrong way. Hazard level 3. Lots of fire in your face. Yeah, okay. Okay, so not the Krogan. I went right past it. There's the door. Ah!
There you are. We should get out of here. I don't think this place is safe.
Yes. So you're gonna have to wait for a minute here. Oh, first, that's right. She lied to us that she didn't know because she had clearance level 4. She knew about all this stuff and she didn't talk to us about it. We're gonna have to talk to her about it. Alright, so the species that they made in Spore, they're carnivores and their biology does not primarily use water. Instead, the biology is based on ammonia. Ah, with only trace amounts of water. They breathe hydrogen and exhale methane. Like we breathe oxygen and exhale carbon dioxide. Makes perfect sense. Yeah, no, it'd be really cool to see more science stuff, like sci-fi stuff focused around different compound-based life forms, right? Like relying on different aspects of chemistry to get it done. Your friend just got back from celebrating Chinese New Year. Nice. Went out at 7 p.m. And he just got back at 2:30 a.m. Sounds like a lot of fun. I mean, yeah, it's New York City. I mean, that sounds like a lot of fun. All right, hold on. In a minute, quick question for you, and you better be truthful.
I need some answers. You knew more about the Thorian than you let on.
I was afraid. I wanted to stop the tests, but they threatened me. Told me I'd be next. When the Geth attacked, I stayed behind to send a message to Colonial Affairs. I tried to tell them where to find the Thorian, but the power cut before I could send the message. I never meant for this to happen.
Okay, I mean, she did risk her life, so we can believe her.
You did what you could. I'll help them, if you can tell me where to find the Thorian.
The Thorian is underneath Zoo's Hope, but the entrance is blocked. The colonists covered it with the freighter just before the Geth attack.
I knew it. I knew it. I knew there was something suspicious about that freighter. I knew it. Don't mind me. Yeah, you doing this for my ink. So awesome government. I mean, man. All right, smart. Yeah, smart move. That's what I was thinking.
But why are the Geth after the Thorian? What could Saren want with it?
Well, it does have unique mind control capabilities. That's what Exogeny was interested in.
Normandy to shore party, come in.
Yep.
What is it, Joker?
We're getting a lot of Geth comm chatter. Looks like they're headed your way.
Alright.
Thanks for the heads up, Joker. You heard the man. Let's move out.
I'm coming with you. I might be able to help. Undo the mess I helped create.
If you say so. But luckily, we were already suspicious of the freighter lady. Because she was like, I've got an important job to do. And we're like, doing what? Like diagnostics? We can help with that. We're super smart. And she's like, no, 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 no. No, 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 I don't need any help. It's like, that's suspicious. That's really suspicious. Okay. Let's go ahead and back this bad boy up. Spin it around. Beep beep. Oh, sorry. Beep beep. Blam. It's down. Quick spin move there. Duck underneath the rockets. Knock him out. Sit on the armature. Sit down, you. I don't even think about it. Yeah, run him over. That's exactly right. Full speed ahead. No other gas, really? Nice peaceful drive back. Oh, I spoke too soon. Oh, Mako, please. Come on. Oh, come on. Come on! I was like, oh, it's so peaceful, so easy. Nothing wrong here. Simple for sure. Oh, good gracious. Keep going. No, no. Yeah. Come on, let's get over here. Up. There we go. See? We're okay. Because this ramp was here, we were able to use that to flip us. Oh my goodness, that could have been really bad. Like, everything's fine. This is super easy. I forgot about the final boss. Physics.
What was that all about?
This is Juliana Bainham of Pharaoh's Colony. Please help us.
That's my mom! Stop! Stop the rover!
Oh, for goodness sakes, wait for me. They're fine.
You can't do this, Jong.
Everyone shut up! Let me think.
What's going on?
You won't get away with this.
Get her out of here!
Get away from her, you son of a bitch!
Lisbeth!
Damn it! Come out where I can see you! All of you!
We'll recover.
Damn it. I knew it was too much to hope the Geth would kill you. I found some interesting facts about you in the exogenic database.
Oh?
I know what you did during the Blitz, but your heroics aren't needed here.
What are you talking about? My heroics are always needed here.
We can talk this out. Nobody needs to get hurt.
You don't understand. It's not that easy. Communications are back up. Exogeny wants this place purged.
This is a human colony, Jong. You can't just repurpose us.
It's not just you. There's something here far more valuable than a few colonists.
Oh, yeah.
You're after the one unique thing Pharos has. The Thorian.
The what?
It's a telepathic life form living under Zoo's hope. It's taking control of the colonists there. Exogeny knew all along.
You won't get away with this, Jong.
So you keep saying, but nobody's gonna miss a few colonists.
What about the big picture, Jong? Because we've got 12 in our charisma. Our charm is completely maxed out. Watch Shepard sound like really aggressive about this and not charming at all, but it is the charm option.
Can't you see the inherent potential in this colony? Think of the promotional opportunities.
Oh, no. Take that back.
What the hell are you talking about?
I take that back. He crushed it. But although, let's be honest, Shepard's face looked really pained when he was saying that. It was like all curled up like crazy. But it did well. Pharos would be a simple. It's a gimmick. Movie rights and tourism? Oh my goodness. It's a simple, yeah.
They recovered from an alien attack on a frontier world. Add that to your company profile.
Well, yeah. No one's ever gone broke playing the champion of humanity card.
Yeah.
Sadly, you'd probably make a killing. But if it will let us get back to our lives, I'm for it.
It just might work. Wait, no, but the infected colonists will throw a bit of a wrench in that plan. No, they need to disappear.
You can't just kill the colonists. It's not their fault.
If you kill only the Thorian, it might be enough to stop the infection.
Sounds makes sense. That makes sense to me. It's the thing is mind controlling them.
It's worth a try, but I don't know if I can avoid harming the colonists.
There has to be another way.
Maybe there is. Come and talk to me before you leave, Commander.
Just make sure there's no evidence when you're done. You shouldn't be wasting time. Deal with the Thorian.
It's almost time, isn't it? Maybe we can free our friends after all. I have to help them. It's my fault this happened.
Alright. We'll talk to Gavin first.
Any luck finding my workstation out in the ruins?
Yep.
I managed to find the data and transfer it to your OSD.
That's very good news indeed. Thank you.
No problem.
I was there anyway. It was the least I could do.
Well, I appreciate it. Here, you've certainly earned this. Thanks again, Commander.
We don't need to be aggressive about it. Wow! 44,000 for that. Nice. I will definitely take that.
I'm glad you've decided to help us. I think there's a way to avoid killing the colonists.
Okay.
What did you have in mind?
I think you could safely use a nerve agent to neutralize the colonists.
Like a gas grenade.
Makes sense.
Releasing clouds of nerve gas doesn't seem like a particularly good idea.
It's not like it's weapons grade. The insecticide we use in the grow labs contains trace amounts of tetraclopine, a neuromuscular degenerator. If their nervous systems are already weakened, it may act as a paralyzing agent.
Dodgy. But it just might work.
Alright. Yeah, Williams is on board. Let's go for it.
Sounds good. I'll do what I can.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Commander.
Equip your grenades with the anti-thorian gas upgrade. This will disable infected colonists without killing them.
We'll stay out of your way until you clear a path.
Perfect. Equipment. Okay. We are almost maxed again. So we just have to get back to the Normandy and we'll be okay. Attach this with the anti-thorian gas. What's it actually say on here? These upgrades are specifically designed to disable subjects infected by the Thorian without killing them.
Luck.
Ah, head on back to the encampment. I only have 7 grenades though, so we're just gonna have to make sure we send him these presents sparingly. Only to large groups of enemies. Hostile colonists. Gracious. The debris. A couple more Geth up here. Where they at? Right down to the bottom of the ramp. Yeah, there they are. Oh, Mako, please. Did not get the splash damage I was hoping for. Knock that one over, put them together with the other guy, and then we can AoE them together. Nice. I love that we can just walk on these things. Oh, no, you don't. They really need to work on sturdier technology for these armatures. The Geth armatures, these little walking tanks are just so flimsy. Alright, off we go. Is that a husk? No, it's not. What is that? Hello? A Thorian creeper?
What the hell was that? I don't know what that plant does to people, but that's not human.
Okay, well, that was,
No hitting the colonists, even if the Thorian makes them fire on us. That's what the gas grenades are for.
Whatever you say, Commander. Let's do it.
Yes, it's a creeper. Yeah, it came at us with its hands outstretched and its creepy little fingernails. Gross. Oh my goodness, you gotta be literally kidding me. G. Okay, if these grenades would actually fire, it'd be great. Oh my goodness, that grenade totally whipped. May and the other colonists? Oh my goodness. Get the grenade down. Blam! Grenade? Grenade, please. Okay, Liara's down. Get a grenade here. The grenades just don't fire, is the problem. The delay on the grenades is pretty nuts. William, stop shooting. There it is. These grenades, unfortunately, take forever to go off. Oh, it's Ian. It's the crazy guy. There you go. Present for you. Sidestep. Whoa. Dodging. The grenades take forever. It's really annoying. That's really annoying how long that takes. Okay, let's get these two back on their feet. Use this elevator. That's really obnoxious. You think you press G again to detonate the grenades? Oh, we'll have to play with that. I've just barely ever used these grenades in the first place, so I didn't know. But if that's the case, if it is a triggerable thing, then that would have made life way easier. We'll test it right here, as it seems like there's more. Yep. Yep. You're 100% correct. G. And G. I only have 1 grenade left. It's awkward. We're gonna have to group up everyone else. Alright, here we go. Get out of my way, creepers. Oh, jeez, creepers! Out of the way! Quick. Use the things. Move! Move, 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 move. Go, 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 go! Oh, Shepard, this isn't gonna work. Shepard, we're gonna die! Run, Shepard, run! Run! Get around the corner. Don't stick to the corner. That's bad for your health. Okay. Good. You can just shoot the creepers, just not the people. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, that doesn't hurt our colonist numbers. Nice. Okay. Nice. Don't use the grenades on the creepers. Yep, I learned my lesson. It's okay. We've got a super ridiculously powerful shotgun here. Fortunately, the colonists, I don't think they're all grouped up enough for me to easily knock them all out with the last one I have. I'm gonna need more grenades. I don't have enough grenades for this anymore. I can't do this properly. Fortunate. I might go get a grenade right here. Yeah, I can't get them all. Go, 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 go. We're just gonna ignore them, we're gonna push through. We're gonna run and gun. Oh, that's a Solarian. Okay, health, shield, and move. Yeah, I don't have enough to deal with all the colonists. It's a lot. We're gonna have to reload the level if I want to do this right. I'll probably have to reload the level. When was this? That was just now. Perfect. Let's reload this level. Save? Yeah, we don't want the quick save. That was way too long ago. We'll reload this one. I used all the grenades. Read what you wrote earlier to help. Also, FYI, the game doesn't tell you that, but if you run up to the colonists and melee them, that won't kill them. Oh, that is also good to know. All right, so how many grenades do I have? 3. I have 3 grenades remaining. Okay. So we'll go ahead and we'll do this nice and slowly. Oh my goodness, I love them. I love how they fly. It's amazing. You two, get over there. Melee? Okay, melee it is. Let's do this thing. Oh, it worked out so well. We just knocked out 2 in 1. That was great. Thanks, Jumbo Trip. That was amazing. All right, we're just gonna go full melee mode. Oh, I killed a colonist, though. A colonist died. Hold on. I think I just shot one there. Yeah, I did. Alright, do not indiscriminately shoot in there. I must have headshotted one with the explosive shot. Alright, I will be more careful. Alright, that should be the last time I need to reload. Maybe you shouldn't be using the explosive shotgun. Yeah, collateral damage, got it. Nah, the explosive shotgun's fine. I'll just need to be properly cautious. I'll just wait for them to come around corners. I do love that that works. That is cool. Didn't kill any of them. Perfect. Can I get you two to stand here? I'm gonna go in alone. We're gonna go Mission Impossible this thing. It's dead. Just making sure. Thanks, Williams. You just got my back. Although, we might actually swap over to the, let's actually swap over to the sniper rifle and let's do, you're right, let's go and swap out from explosive rounds on the sniper to... Are there shredder rounds? Just organic damage with the sniper. So we can properly pick off these things. Williams! Get out of here, Williams. Yes. Blake, that shot went right through. She actually took some damage from that. Okay.
They're all over the place. Let's move one of the cars and see what's
Okay. Can I take cover here? There we go. Oh, I'm stuck on something else. I'll wait for our shields, and we'll go ahead and we'll get them. No, I've been healthy the whole 2 years so far there. Not picked up anything. Alright, let's go ahead and grenade in. And, grenade out. Oh, I only took out 2? That's good. We can get her. Move up. Knock him down. Great kit. He's not active yet? Oh, that had a whole bunch of grenades in it. It had 5 grenades in there. That's amazing. Okay, left just made a whole lot easier. Headshot. 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 That was a shoulder shot, tactically speaking. But now that we know we've got this, we can grenade there. Wait for them to both lean in. Oh, that was a punch. It wasn't G, that was F. Alright, nice. Slow and steady here, slow and steady here. Dent, 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 dent. Yeah, so they're not active yet, so I can't actually hit them. Alright, so we've got this for sure. Let's see what we can get done. So we're gonna have to go and activate these guys real quick here. Yeah, ka-chow, exactly right. Oh, you two please. You two please, come back here. No collateral damage, you two. Get over there. Get over there, you two. I want no collateral. Missing. They'll eventually come for us. So it went from a colony of like 1,000 people to then being a colony of 300 people to now being a living colony. Well, I guess it wasn't all population, but they said a few thousand originally. My goodness. Good shot. Got him. Alright. Scoot up here. Is that all of the creepers? Did we get all the creepers down? It's just these 3 humans. Colonist. Okay, it's just four colonists left. Perfect. I got those 3. There's only 1 left. We'll charge him. Boop. Oh, she's the person doing the power. Excellent. We got him. Saved. Nice. All right. Oh ho ho. What do we have here?
I tried to fight it, but it gets in your head. You can't imagine the pain.
Don't do it.
I was supposed to be their leader. These people trusted me.
Don't do it.
It wants me to stop you, but I won't.
Don't do it.
I won't.
Ah, he did it. Yeah, just squint at him a little bit, thinking hard. But the colonist survival number didn't go down, so does he not count? Weird. Okay. Alright. Underground we go. High explosives? Yeah. You're gonna need regular grenades for this. Ah, we have to swap back? Let's, might as well swap back. Both our sniper rifle back to hexplosives and our grenades to... We can actually upgrade them from what they were before. Go to high explosive, toxic, or we can go cryo. I'm gonna go back to high explosive. I like big explosions. I should be using grenades more often anyway. Oh, that music. Alright, watch out, team. We ended... Oh, we got 32 Paragon from that, because all of them survived. So we got 2 Paragon per person survive. That's awesome. So we can end up talking to the Thorian. Is this going to be like talking to the Gravemind in Halo? I know. He, works out. Oh! Definitely feels like it. You gonna pop up?
We just have to find this thing and put a couple of rounds into... What the hell is that?
Yikes. It's large. Well, that's just great. It's a plant.
That does not look like any plant I've ever seen. This may be problematic.
Yep. Should we put our helmet on first to talk to this thing? Oh, there's an Asari. Okay.
Invaders, your every step is a transgression. 1,000 feelers appraise you as meat, good only to dig or decompose. I speak for the old growth as I did for Saren. You are within and before the Thorian. It commands that you be in awe.
So just like with the Rachni Queen, they've taken over an Asari to talk to us. Interesting. Very interesting. Frankly, you should have put your helmet on a long time ago. True. But it's like, the longer the exposure, the worse it is. So I just imagine, like, going back in for all this, we probably should have had the helmet on. I'm here to make a deal. I knew what Saren came for. Yeah, I'm here to make a deal.
You gave something to Saren. Something I need.
Saren sought knowledge of those who are gone. The old growth listened to flesh for the first time in the long cycle. Trades were made. Then cold ones began killing the flesh that would tend the next cycle. Flesh fairly given. The old growth sees the air you push as lies. It will listen no more.
Oh, that's such a good... That's so good. The old growth sees the air you push as lies. That is such a good line. For two reasons. One, as in, like, pushing lies upon someone, but also in the physical act of talking is pushing air. That's just a really good line. I like that a lot.
I won't let you keep your thralls. Release them, now!
No more will the Thorian listen to those that scurry. Your lives are short, but have gone on too long. Your blood will feed the ground and the new growth.
Asari... Oh, wait, Asari clone? You want to talk about that? Can I punch her? Ow, that hurt a lot. Ow, that hurt a lot. Shields up. Oh. Yeah, Williams should probably back up a bit here. The Asari clone go down? Okay. Oh, jeez, their spitting power is pretty brutal. We lost Liara because of it. Oh, we actually have to kill the notes. Talk to me, big guy. Did you just shoot Liara?
That got its attention. Has to be more of those around.
I don't know. We didn't shoot Liara. We almost did.
In here. Check it out.
We almost shot Liara. Maybe we did. Forget. Ugh. Gross. Yeah, it does not look like a plant. Like, I wouldn't call that a plant. That thing authentically. Okay, Mr. Invulnerable. Wait. That's why it's a clone. Alright. Real quick. How is it making the clothes and the gun? That's all I want to know. The rest could be like genetic DNA and it's like growing the clone within it, and it already had one pre-made. Right? It's entirely possible it's the case. But everything else doesn't add up. That's a good way to deal with them. These guys want to wake up here real quick? No? Oh, they're up here now. Okay. This Asari clone just got annihilated so quickly. Annihilation commencing. Who needs to actually aim, right? Who needs to look down the scope? Nah, we're good. Weapon locker? Oh man, we don't really have much more we can carry, but I'll still look into it. What do we got in here? Maxing out. Alright. That's all of our stuff. We literally can't loot anything else. Nodes over here? Nope. Okay. Clearly it has metals and other material to work with. I mean, but to like create a working gun, that sounds crazy. That sounds crazy to be able to do, right? To create a proper working gun as a plantoid creature, right? That doesn't sound crazy. Oh my goodness, one-shot kill. Nice. Well, now you know why we're so interested in this thing. I mean, yeah, no, 100%. It makes a lot of sense. I understand why all parts... I love how far they get flung. Whee! Good fall damage. But it makes a lot of sense as to why so many parties are interested in this thing. I mean, the fact alone that it can make a clone to interact with, that in and of itself is already incredibly valuable. We'll shake the nest over there real quick. Wait, is that not enough? This node's down to a sliver. There we go. What we got around here? Not active yet. One shot, one kill. Sorry, there's a little bit of explosions occurring next to you. Don't take it personal. Good, good. Nicely done. Good work, Williams. Alright, got those. Got him. Oh, it's like shooting fish. Liara, please do not shoot me in the back of the face. She doesn't do any damage, but still. It's a sentiment here. Come on. Medical station. Before we do, let's take a look at some equipment, and let's shred some equipment. Let's go to pistols. Go to the bottom of these strikers. Let's go ahead and salvage some. How do I make something classified as junk? Oh my goodness, we have 6 million buccarinas. Wow. I don't know how we classify something as junk. Okay, we'll leave it here. I do like the brawlers. The brawlers are pretty good. Snipers, we can go ahead and get some of these. All these Mark 6s off us. We'll just sell all Mark 6s. We'll wait till we get up to the Mark 7s. Alright. Tools. Armor's kind of a tough one to do. Shotguns. Now we're already up to 8 shotguns. Should be fine for now. Oh, this new, click left of that. There's a junk symbol next to each pistol, for example. Oh, I'll have to take a look at that. I didn't notice there was a little junk symbol. That's a trash can symbol, right? I guess that makes sense. There's that trash can symbol we were talking about before. Right here. Let's test that. So if we say the thunder, right, we can put the little trash symbol on it. If we say convert, and we say convert all junk, does the thunder disappear? It does. So it is the trash. So the trash is what's used for that. Okay. We'll trash all Mark 6s. Or assault rifles. We're now on Mark 8s. I like the brawlers. Keep them. We'll drop these snipers. Very few people are using snipers in the first place. Don't need that many. Then armors. We can drop some Mark 1s and 2s if there are any still floating. Nope, there aren't. Okay. Then we can say, hey, convert all junk. We're at 445. Bam. Nice. Alright. Thank you. That made it a lot easier. Do ants have lungs? No, no. Ants do not have lungs. You thought every land species had it? No, no, no. Most insects do not have lungs. They instead rely on passive absorption. Yeah, exactly as Alcers is saying. They passively absorb oxygen through the air through their carapace. It's the reason why we can't have extremely large insects like the Earth had seen in, eras prior. Because if you increase the density of oxygen on Earth, like within Earth's atmosphere, you can increase the size of the insects as they'll be able to run more organic matter in their bodies because they rely on it passively. The same thing would go for amphibians, by the way, because some amphibians actually rely on passive absorption of oxygen more so than the lungs that they have. So it's, you know, some of them would be larger as well. Go further down here. And the reason why that is the case is due to the square-cubed law, which we've talked about a handful of times on the channel. In which if you square the perimeter of something, you're cubing the volume of it. Which is what creates that upper limit for insects. If you double the... I guess we shoot that one. Oh, I missed it. Oh, that one's actually active? Nice. But yeah, so if you double the size of a spider, right? If you double the size of the spider, if you square the perimeter of the spider's total like surface area, you're cubing its internal, and thus it can't keep up with the oxygen that it needs to be at the size that it is, and it suffocates to death. Wake up. Wake up, you. And thus, we don't have super huge spiders and ants and whatnot the size of horses. Whoa. That was an impressive explosion. I guess the node exploded. Creepers? There she is. Oh, I did not get her in the face. It's okay, I got her in the leg on the second shot there, and she flew right over my face. We both missed each other's faces. Oh my goodness, I love it. I can just like, I can actively, intentionally miss them just to trip them off, to give us some more time. That's really good. The explosive shot's so cool. Is there anything else for me to shoot from here? Is it this node?
Got it in the ropes now, Commander. Have to drop soon.
Okay. Something else here, so I guess we'll backtrack now. Right? I guess we drop, is what this is here for. Yeah. Go back. Or no, we continue. Oh. Do you believe in ghosts? Not really. No. Not really. Not in the sense of the, like the media portrayed ghosts, no. Oh. Wait, was that you? Oh no, okay. I was like, did I just shoot Liara in the butt? Nah, I shot the clone in the butt, we're fine. It's okay. Although Liara did just fall unconscious, so that's no good. We did level up. Liara, you wanna get up? No, you... Yep, Liara. Let's wake up, please. Go ahead and use our Unity ability to get her up. There you go. Go ahead and heal her up as well. But yeah, like the whole like sentient being haunting a person kind of ghost. Nah, I don't believe in that at all. You're trying to be a ghost hunter? I gotcha. I mean, there's a difference. Like, I mean, I don't really have a good way to describe it. I don't really have a really good way of explaining it. But like, humanity and many other creatures leave like emotional, man, I don't know how you like imprints on things. Makes sense. And that's what oh, hello. Just goes like running right on past. And that's what would be like the ghost. It's like the emotional resonance that's left over. But again, it's like a poor explanation of it. It's not really there's no sentience to it, is what I'm saying. From my understanding. From what I've experienced. But I know people that would heavily disagree with me. They would vehemently oppose that. I think it comes down to, it depends on what you've experienced and what your understanding is. Can I punch these? I can't. Sit down! Oh yeah, we just knocked them off too. wake all these guys up here. Get them going. There we go. Oh no, he's falling! Prepare for falling damage. Oh, what the? Oh, that's the... Whoa.
I'm free. I suppose I should thank you for releasing me.
Whoa. Okay, wait, hold on. Now, just okay. So they had these sacks on the walls that are probably holding different individuals. One of them being the Sasari Shyala, and he was using them to imprint into making a clone. So, while I don't know about the whole gun thing and the whole like leathers and everything, it could have just been tinted and colored, like biomass that it was that it was like putting together and expunging from its body. I don't know how the gun thing works. Maybe it just had guns from colonists that it collected. We could just use that as the basic lore basis for this. That's very interesting on how it did that, in which they it used her as an imprint, like a template, to make a perfect copy. It's pretty cool. He was someone to show you how to do ghost hunting. No, I don't pay attention to ghost hunting shows or media or anything. Just because the way it's displayed and showed in most ways feels disingenuous. Feels, doesn't necessarily mean it is, but it feels that way. As again, my understanding is there is no sentience in the things we call ghosts, which I don't even think is really a thing. As I feel as though it's more just like an awkward feeling or something in which there's like an emotional something that happened in a place, and our personal intuition is able to pick up on like the bad things that have occurred to put us on edge to ensure we don't die in the same manner, right? Again, poorly explained, but so no, I don't know. I don't know Zach. Don't know about him. Never heard of him. Where do you get that gun at? I don't know. That's a good question. That's our question. I mean, that should be a question on here. It's like, do you know how this guy was making clones? Be useful.
Is everything all right? Are you hurt?
I am fine, or I will be, in time. My name is Shiala. I served Matriarch Benezia. When she allied herself with Saren, so did I.
And you were
Benezia
sacrificed.
foresaw the influence Saren would have. She joined him to guide him down a gentler path. But Saren is compelling. Benezia lost her way.
And she was traded to this thing to get the information that Saren needed. Oh, interesting. Rule of acquisition 76. Every once in a while, declare peace. Yeah, it confuses the hell out of your enemies. That's such a good one. I like that one too. Is that I'm missing an entire paragraph of what you said as usual? What? Which paragraph? Oh, clearly it has metals and other materials and how it works. I mean, no, I talked about that. Did I miss something else? I read all the things that I'm seeing all the way up there. Did I miss something else? I don't know. Which one, Ozers? What did I miss? But yeah, like, even though it has all the metals, I mean, it wouldn't explain, like, having a plant thing that's never done that to, like, fix it. Oh, the culture thing. Yes, I saw it and then got distracted. I was about to read it and then got distracted. And no, it went through and I just started to read, like, the first sentence. I was, like, two words in. I was just about to start speaking and then, we walked into the room and started the big gross thing, talking to the Asari clone. So, this is that. Oh yes, Earth Daughter apps. Again, as I mentioned earlier, I absolutely understand on that one. Since I have a handful of, I think it was like 3 family members that went and spent a couple of years on reservations. And some of the teachings from there have made it into our family culture, but I have not been my opinion on how life cycles work has not changed, unfortunately. A little sad about it, to be honest. But they've not changed. Right, yeah, he tricked her.
Are you saying Saren can control minds?
Benezia underestimated Saren, as I did. We came to believe in his cause and his goals. The strength of his influence is troubling.
Benezia sought to turn the river and was swept away.
That's a really good analogy.
Asari matriarchs are among the most intelligent and powerful beings in the galaxy. How could one fall under Saren's control?
Saren has a vessel, an enormous warship unlike anything I've ever seen. He calls it Sovereign. It can dominate the minds of his followers. They become indoctrinated to Saren's will. The process is subtle. It can take days, weeks, but in the end, it is absolute.
Interesting.
I was a willing slave when Saren brought me to this world. He needed my biotics to communicate with the Thorian, to learn its secrets. Saren offered me in trade.
No.
I was sacrificed to secure an alliance between Saren and the Thorian.
That serves you right. Nah, I had a feeling that was the case. But yeah, Earth Daughter, it helped make the family more spiritual in that case, but still in terms of afterlife, that has not changed my opinion. Which again is sad. Because my opinion is very boring. Yeah, that's horrible. Well, I mean, is it really? They were allies? I wouldn't really say it's that horrible, but we'll see what Shepard says. It's like, they were allies? It's like, yeah, we know they were allies. Come on. We already know this. That was very clear. And serves you right feels wrong, so.
Saren's pretty quick to betray his own people.
Oh, okay, that's a really good,
He was quick to betray the Thorian, too. After he had what he wanted, he ordered the Geth to destroy all evidence of its existence.
Oh.
Saren knows you are searching for the conduit. He knows you are following his steps. He attacked the Thorian so you could not gain the cipher.
So that's what happened. So as soon as he got the information he was looking for, he then told the Geth to go and annihilate everything here. Thus, the attacks on the colony began, and the colonists sealed up the passageway into this area and defended it. That makes so much sense. All right, cool. So this, okay, everything full circle. Completely closes up. Good.
What's the cipher? And why did Saren need it?
The beacon on Eden Prime gave you visions. But the visions are unclear, confusing. They were meant for a Prothean mind. To truly comprehend them, you must think like a Prothean. You must understand their culture, their history, their very existence. The Thorian was here long before the Protheans built this city.
Wait, what?
It watched and studied them. When they died, it consumed them. They became a part of it.
The Thorian is older than the... What? Did we kill it? I hope we didn't kill it. I hope we just maimed it badly. Because that thing is then thousands of years old.
So the Thorian taught Saren to think like a Prothean. How?
The cipher is the very essence of being a Prothean. It cannot be described or explained. It would be like describing color to a creature without eyes. To understand, you must have access to endemic ancestral memory. A viewpoint spanning thousands of Prothean generations. I sensed this ancestral memory, the cipher, when I melded with the Thorian. Our identities merged, our minds intertwined. Such knowledge cannot be taught. It simply exists.
Oh yeah, it's just resting? You killed it? Oh, dang. Okay, so we murdered it. I don't think there's any way to get around us killing it, unfortunately. That's just really sad. We just went and annihilated something that was like thousands of years old. Don't feel good about that. Don't feel good about that at all. There has to be some way. Yeah, I need that information.
I need that knowledge to stop Saren.
There is a way. I can transfer the knowledge from my mind to yours, as I did with Saren. Try to relax, Commander. Slow, deep breaths. Let go of your physical shell. Reach out to grasp the threads that bind us, one to another. Every action sends ripples across the galaxy. Every idea must touch another mind to live. Each emotion must mark another's spirit. We are all connected. Every living being united in a single glorious existence. Open yourself to the universe, Commander. Embrace eternity.
Okay. Oh. Squinting, thinking, squinting. Okay, a thoughtful raise of the
I have given you
head.
the cipher, just as it was given to Saren. The ancestral memories of the Protheans are part of you now.
Are you all right, Shepard? What'd
Yeah, I'll
she
be
do?
fine.
I saw something. It still didn't make any sense.
You have been given a great gift, the experience of an entire people. It will take time for your mind to process this information.
You look a little queasy. We should get you back to the ship.
I'm sorry if you have suffered, but there was no other way. You needed the cipher. In time, it will help you understand the vision from the beacon.
Your Wi-Fi's acting up. Oh no, that's no good. Well, hopefully it calms down. This is a pretty good story here. Liara's probably not happy that some random Asari you just met is scrambling your mind. Yeah, it's like, hey, that's my job. What? Investigate. Things. Let's talk about the Thorian more.
Is there anything else you can tell me about the Thorian?
When the creature enveloped me, I became part of it, but I still don't truly understand it. So alien, so ancient.
Very ancient.
Its exact age is impossible to know.
Ah.
It measured time differently. 10,000 years of hibernation broken by a few frantic centuries of activity. Its mind was awesome, magnificent. It transcended all classification. And now it is gone.
It was an abomination. No, you sound sad.
Don't tell me you feel sorry for that thing.
Whoa,
The
Shepard.
Thorian was a unique life form. A sentient being that lived for 50,000 years, maybe
50,000
more.
years.
There is nothing even remotely like it in the known galaxy. I'm grateful you saved me from a life of thraldom. Yet I cannot help but feel some sorrow for the loss of such a rare and remarkable creature.
I absolutely agree. Right, conduit?
Do you know what the conduit is? Or where it is?
No, I'm sorry. All I know is that Saren believes the conduit was the key to the Prothean extinction.
That can't be good, whatever it is.
You have the cipher. In time, your visions will clear. They will lead you to the conduit. I only pray you find it before Saren does.
Unfortunately, killing the creature is inevitable. You checked? Alright, thanks, Alstris. I really appreciate you checking. I appreciate you checking, because I'm like, I think I had to kill it, but if I could have helped it, I wouldn't want to have killed it. Like, or what? I wouldn't want to have had to have killed it. Because it's a rare and unique species that apparently doesn't procreate. It's just it probably was just a plant or whatever the creature was that was hit by some special mutation that made it into what it was. And it just developed and grew and grew and grew, and just, since it never died, it never needed to procreate. Yeah.
What else can you tell me about Saren?
There is little I could tell you that you do not already know. He's powerful, he's charismatic, and he is dangerous.
Dun dun dun.
Once I followed him, blind to his true nature. But now I see he's leading the galaxy into an age of darkness and suffering.
Faye Dan shooting himself was also inevitable. Okay, good. So I was like, does it end up being like if we ended up killing all of the colonists, isn't there like an option for us to intervene because we're so like aggressive and whatnot at the time? You really don't like the fact that media thinks the Netherlands. Wait, what? That Neanderthals were stupid? Oh yeah, Neanderthals weren't dumb. They were just less adapted to it. The thing is, Neanderthals, there's a reason why you can find, or I guess, Neanderthal, as it's supposed to be pronounced. There's a reason why you can find Neanderthal DNA in modern-day humans. they still succeeded at their job. They still passed their genes on. They just merged. The leading theory is that Neanderthals were killed, eaten, and bred out of existence by humanity. 80% of them died before age 40. I mean, that was kind of the same case for humans back in that era. Right? Like this was kind of the same thing over there. Like most of humans would die before they'd even hit 40. I think I just said, yeah, 80% of them died before age 40. Yeah, like humans were about the same thing too. Yeah. Investigate. Personal questions. Humans also brought diseases. Oh yeah, no, like that's a more complicated conversation about disease spreading in humanity's history. The more advanced the society of humans, the more congregated and like the more densely populated that society tended to be, which increased the probability of sickness and thus increased the rotation of illnesses, which made it that once those people interacted with people that were of more disparate populations, things occurred in which there was mass die-offs. Yeah. Yeah. But it would have been really, really cool. I think it would have been really cool if humanity ended up growing. What's the someone who's played Stellaris would remember what this is. There is a what is it called when there are two sapient or sentient species? Doesn't have to be sapient, but in this case it would be sapient species. That co-evolve and cohabitate on a planet. What is it called? What is the thing? What is that thing? Hey, Lace Croner, welcome back. Long time no see. Yeah, haven't seen you in about you were here last week. You were here last week. Seen you in about a week. How's life been treating you? How's your last week going? But yeah, what was it? I think that would have been super cool if there was like Neanderthals and Homo sapiens together on. I mean, a lot of species on Earth is sentient, just not sapient. Yeah. Or true, actually, you're very much right in that. So yeah, it would have been cool if there were two sapient species. I guess would be a better way to do it. Syncretic evolution. Thank you, Temple Sure. I appreciate that. Yeah, so syncretic evolution. That would have been so cool if we had that. Of course, we'd have the whole us versus them problem still going on. But if we managed to like truly cohabitate, that'd be pretty sick. Because then we'd have like the whole like fantasy aspect of like multiple humanoid species, right? Like you see in like a lot of fantasy genres and the like, which has been super cool. All on one planet, right? We're just like, there's like elves, humans, dwarves, gnomes, and other things, right? Would have been able to go along that way. It'd been cool. If they couldn't talk, you don't think they could have interbred with humans? Yeah, no, they absolutely could talk, and they could interact with humans for sure. Yeah, 100%. They wouldn't have interbred with humans if that was the case. Not at least not to the quantity that they must have to be able to ensure their DNA survived even to modern day. Because again, there's like I don't remember what the percentage of the population it is. It's like 4% of humanity has Neanderthal DNA or something like that. How are things going? Things going well. It's been rough. Oh no, that's no good. So tired from working from home. I gotcha. Yeah, we're finishing up Pharaohs right now. It's the hard part about working from home, right? From how it is, it's like if you don't have a designated place to work and a designated place to relax, and instead they're the same place, right? Then you never truly relax, and it ends up just making it stressful. So I can understand. But yeah, personal questions.
I want to know more about you.
There is nothing remarkable about me.
Oh, how dare you.
I was merely one of Matriarch Benezia's disciples. For nearly 2 centuries, I followed her, learning at her feet. When Benezia revealed her plan to join Saren, she gave her disciples a choice. Only those who were willing had to follow her. Many felt her plan was too dangerous. But I believed in her, I thought she could turn Saren away from his insanity. Instead, we joined him in it.
Humans interbreeding with Neanderthals is proof we would bang aliens? Oh, 100%. I don't think, like, this is... Listen, if the hardware works... Temporal Shrimp, if the hardware works, I guarantee you humans will try it. Guarantee it. Some intrepid human will try it. Let's see. You live in a 26 square meter apartment? Oh, so small. You have one desk, one chair. This is where you live now? You feel glued to this chair? Yeah, that makes it so... Oh my goodness, Corona, that is tough. That's really tough. Like, not being able to section off areas that you work and play in and relax in, because they all are kind of separate. It makes it really tough to, like, truly let go and relax, to calm down and recover. That is really tough. I feel it for you, man. That is really tough. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Alright, let's continue on. Was there anything else? What should I do with you? There was something else when we asked her. I think it was the conduit that we had more conversation pop up. Was that right?
That can't you have the cipher.
No, it was the Thorian where other things popped up.
Its mine was awesome.
Nope, we still have what should I do with you. Alright, we'll just do what should we do with you.
All classification.
Bam.
And now it is gone.
Now that you're free of the Thorian, what are you planning to do next?
If you allow it, I would like to stay here with the colonists. They have suffered greatly, and I played a role in their suffering. I would like to make amends.
Alright, yeah.
The colonists will need all the help they can get. They'll be happy to have you on their side.
Thank you, Commander. May fortune smile upon you.
Loading screen. I guess it makes sense. We don't have to walk all the way back to the encampment, but...
I can't believe it.
Interesting.
Jong says we'll have all the money we need to keep this place running. It's because of you, Shepard. I can't thank you enough.
Nice. Alright, I think we did everything.
Like the colony will survive.
We've never had funding like this before.
Oh, thanks again. That data will be very valuable once I get out of here.
Ships are already on their way here with supplies. We'll be the biggest human colony yet.
Thank you so much. Now ExoGeni will pour the money in. We'll be able to rebuild and then some.
Okay.
I fought so hard, but any thought of my own caused so much pain.
Okay.
I will do what I can to assist the colony in this difficult time. I am ashamed of the damage done to the lives of these people.
Nothing new. Okay.
Farewell.
That's good that it gives you another opportunity to talk to him just in
Farewell,
case.
Commander. I wish you well in your hunt.
Oh man, yeah, Lyme disease from deer tick. Oh, that's brutal. Yeah, that's because Lyme disease is not like there's treatments to mitigate, but you can't cure Lyme disease, right? Right? Or is that something else? There's no cure for it? Oh my goodness. Jeez. Oh, can we talk to him?
All traces of the Thorian will be erased in short order. Ferris will have a second chance thanks to you.
Yes.
I think this plan of yours just might work.
Perfect. Good. Everything will work. Good. Man. Were you like doing were you like off on an adventure or something?
I never
when that
thought
happened?
I would be so thrilled to see a soldier. Forgive my previous inaction, but under the Thorian's influence, every thought was examined, filtered.
Oh, and that's why he didn't leave.
What will you do now that the fighting is over?
I may stay, try to recover my losses.
Oh.
I can have new supplies delivered within weeks. Perhaps the colony will survive after all.
I honestly expected him to be like, nope, I'm out of here now. I'm not under the influence anymore.
Goodbye.
I wish you well in your future efforts.
Yeah, no, that's what I thought. I didn't think there was a cure. Oh, man. Well, hearts out to you. You've got this. And unfortunately, it's one of the things that it is that no matter what happens as we go through life, there will always be things that affect us that can never be truly reversed, right? Some people end up getting buildup of back pain. Some people end up getting disease of one kind or another. It's part of the human condition. It's one of the things we're all gonna have to deal with. And so long as we keep moving forward, doing the best we can, and, you know, just understanding that we're not the only one that has to deal with things like this, you know, that's what matters. It's all about coming together on it, because again, it's a human thing. Cancer's a really, really good example of this, in that if you could live forever, you will die of cancer, right? Like, if you can live forever, the cancer's a probability game, and that's why it sucks. It's because you can lose that game early, or you can lose that game, or you would have lost that game at like year 500, but you never made it that long. So it's one of those things. Is like we can all push through. It's just we have to do it together. You know. Yeah. No, hearts out to you for sure. Although most cases of it can be cured within a couple of weeks. Patients can sometimes have symptoms and pain, fatigue. Yeah, it is tough. All right, where are we going? Is there like a... Oh yeah, we have to run back to the ship, don't we? Manually. Good gracious. Back to the ship. Wait, Williams?
Nice place to visit, but I wouldn't want to live here. Scratch that. It's not a nice place to visit.
What are you doing here? She's like just crouched down, like creeping on people. Come on, Williams, get over here. Get over here, Williams. Come on now. Come on now. Where's our ship? Downstairs. Is it out here? Yeah. Yeah, no, exactly that clip. So that's the stuff that, like, that just hurts my heart. Because it doesn't seem fair. Like, that's when it's like, life doesn't seem fair. It's like, well, probability isn't fair. And that's, God, that just, it hurts my heart. Yeah, that breaks people. Yeah, absolutely. It does.
Decontamination in progress.
But, on a happy note, we finally finished this mission. Goodness gracious. It was a long and intense one.
You look pale. Are you suffering any ill effects from the cipher?
I feel weird.
The cipher shook me up a bit.
I might be able to help you. I am an expert on the Protheans. If I join my consciousness to yours, maybe we can make some sense of it.
Hey, there we go. That's cool. Life isn't fair, but we can make it fair. Yeah, life isn't fair, but we can make it fairer, for sure. Absolutely. Yeah, no, that's the huge advantage that humans have, is the communal nature of our society, right? How, like, we're community focused. Whether that be a tight-knit community of only family members or larger, depending on which culture you're looking at, right? Of us on this earth. But it's that cultural, that community-centric view that we have that helps us make life a little bit more fair, a little bit more palatable in many cases, and in some cases, it's absolutely worthwhile doing anything for. To be honest, we would never cure cancer. The cancer's just because of the way that it is. I imagine down the line we'll find ways to mitigate getting it, and we will be able to remove some kinds of it. But in the end, there'll, just like with the common cold, there'll always be people dying from it. Yeah. Oh yeah. Also, yeah, because there were people that are going to be genetically predisposed. Yeah. All right. So yeah, go ahead. Let's. Why not?
Do it. Hurry. We don't have much time.
I'm sort out my brain. Our brain hurts.
Relax, Commander. Embrace eternity.
Oh my goodness, pupils. Jeez. Same image, same image, same image. It's the same. That was the same.
Incredible. All this time, all my research, yet I never dreamed. I am sorry. The images were so vivid. I never imagined the experience would be so intense. You are remarkably strong-willed, Commander. What you have been through, what you have seen, would have destroyed a lesser mind.
Come on, get to the point. What did you see?
Williams.
The beacon on Eden Prime must have been badly damaged. Large parts of the vision are missing. The data transferred into the Commander's mind is incomplete.
You sure you didn't come across any kind of clue or hint? Something we might have missed?
Everything I saw, you already know. You were right about the Reapers. The Protheans were destroyed by a race of sentient machines. I think it is obvious there is a connection between the Reapers, the Prothean extinction, and the Conduit, but I did not see anything that would help us find it.
What now?
What's our next move?
I was able to interpret the data relayed through your vision, what was there at least, but something was missing. Saren must have the missing information. Maybe he found another beacon. If we can find the missing data from your vision, I can... Oh. I am sorry. The joining is exhausting. I should go to the medical bay and lie down for a moment.
Don't you tire out on me.
Dr. Chakwas should take a look at you.
That will not be necessary. I just need some rest. Somewhere quiet.
Didn't tire me out? Well, yeah, she's doing all the hard lifting. You're fine.
We're done here. Dismissed.
She did all the heavy lifting of invading our
I sent
brain.
off the Ferris report, Commander. You want me to patch you through to the Council?
Oh, yeah. That's... the Council's gonna be very interested.
Patch him through, Joker.
Setting up the link now, Commander.
Commander, ExoGeni should have told us about the Thorian. It would have made your job much easier.
Oh, yeah.
You might have been able to capture it for study instead of destroying it.
That wouldn't work. Don't be stupid. But, okay, we can't, I wanted to agree with capturing it, but okay.
The Thorian liked to enslave minds. Anyone who studied it would have ended up as one of its thralls.
Perhaps it's for the best, then. At least the colony was saved.
Of course it was saved. Shepard would go to any lengths to help a human colony.
Hey, come on now.
Being human had nothing to do with it. They were in trouble.
Admirable. But sometimes Spectres have to make sacrifices. I hope you're willing to do that when the time comes.
Goodbye, Commander. We will be waiting for your next report.
Alright. Nice. Some Paragon. Excellent. Rule 239. Never be afraid to mislabel a product. I don't know. That one is a little, I don't know. The Ferengi might want to check that one, because they can get in a lot of trouble. If you get, I mean, because the main thing is if you get caught. I wouldn't say never be afraid to mislabel a product. I would have worded Rule 239 instead of never be afraid to mislabel a product. It would be sometimes forgetting to renew a label is advantageous. Is what I would put for that rule instead. Sometimes forgetting to relabel a product is advantageous. Or just, instead of sometimes, just forgetting to relabel a product is advantageous. Right? But what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and end the stream for today. We're going to end the stream for today. We'll go find someone to raid, and we'll be back again tomorrow. Now, tomorrow is special, because tomorrow we'll be playing Bioshock Infinite as opposed to continuing our Mass Effect 1 playthrough. And tomorrow we'll be doing the second part of the DLC. We'll be doing Burial at Sea Part 2. And we will be having a vote. So tomorrow is when we're going to have the new vote for what game is going to be taking over our Wednesday, Thursday time slot. So it's going to be very important. That vote will go for a full week. We'll start it next week at the start of the stream. And it will end... we'll start... Let me try it again. The vote will start tomorrow at the start of the stream. And it will end next week, a few hours before Wednesday's stream. So that I have time to go and download the game, do some tests on it, audio balancing and the like, prior to us actually playing it. So do make sure to either pop by to vote, or to jump over to the other. I was wondering if you actually read the message regarding the culture. It was a quick, short thing that you put in here. Hey, look at that. I should read this before we end. I should absolutely make sure I read this first. Like how you mentioned to read 2 words in the description of the culture, then immediately get totally distracted. Yeah. Let me scroll back up a little further here so if I can find it. Where'd it go? Typically they live in nomadic packs that are much closer than family and friends are in humanity. Nearly every activity is a pack activity. Oh, that's interesting. And privacy isn't a thing. Huh. That's expected or desired between pack members. Interesting. So it's more like I guess a better way to like describe it would be more like a the culture for it would be like more how we view wolf packs or like packs of dogs, in which everything is a group activity. There's no such thing as privacy. They all kind of group up and sleep together, kind of thing. Yeah, no, kind of like that. Let's see who. Like the hardest part here is finding someone that's actually playing Mass Effect 1, and I don't see any easy ones, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to raid someone who hangs out and chat with us. Because he is currently playing... He's playing Mass Effect 2. He's doing his 4th day of playing Mass Effect 2. So if you aren't interested in spoilers, then now would be the time to jump out. But we're going to go ahead and give Zane a raid. I think we did so last week as well. Losing a pack member for the Vari is like losing a limb for humans. That's what I was assuming, yeah. So it's like super close-knit. I'm Commander Shepard. This is my favorite shop in the Citadel. Yep, exactly right. But yeah, so if you aren't interested in spoilers for Mass Effect 2, which we will be playing once we finish the Mass Effect 1, because we are playing the Legendary Edition, then now's your time to jump out, as opposed to joining in with the raid. But otherwise, we're going to go ahead and give Zane a raid, because again, he's often hanging out here in chat prior to him going live. And we'll see you all tomorrow for both the votes and for the last bit of the DLC for BioShock Infinite. All right, take care, everyone. Thanks for hanging out. Bye-bye.